What's up, Bags? It's the Alpha Never Duplicated TGD coming at you live with my buddies Carl, the Shirtless, the Skyrim Addict, and of course Leo DS joining us. He's gonna be popping in and out. What's up, gentlemen?
Oh, not much.
Well, there's actually a lot going on, but yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Thank you
Well,
for
you know what I
asking.
mean.
Uh, so we're gonna be looking at the Amico After Dark Season 2, Episode 2. I hear there's a lot of good stuff. A lot of good
Okay.
stuff.
All
But
right.
before we get to that, there's something important we need to discuss. I made a comment last night, uh, or was it 2 nights ago? I don't remember. We do so much content here, but I made a
Ain't both
comment
true.
about not needing finished games in order to get a ESRB rating, PEGI rating. I wasn't sure about the USK, but
I mean,
Intellivision Amigos Hans Ippish has left a comment, so we're gonna take a look. This is on Gen X Gamers video. It's Intellivision Entertainment claps back at Ars Technica Lunch Talk with Gen X. Scroll down here
I
to the
did.
comment section.
I mean, Angry Joe actually covered this once upon a time, and he pretty much said the same stuff that you did.
Yeah. But here I put my comment was you actually don't need to be finished to get an ESRB rating, and I assume PEGI is the same. So Han Ippish 4 hours ago said for USK you need to supply a finished playable version plus 30-minute video of all relevant content, a complete game design document, and we had versions for all these 8 games, box editions, and even the 6 pre-installed games. The same material and even more material was submitted at PEGI and ESRB. The game has to be finished at this point regarding any details of visuals, gameplay, scope, controls, and more. Otherwise, you will get a lot of trouble if bad English there. The correct answer is without a quote or parentheses nearly finished version of the game, you won't get age ratings for USK, PEGI, and ESRB. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. You need a nearly finished version, not a final version, not a version that has 100% complete, but something that is playable, has all the major components, because if you change something, technically then the version you submitted wasn't final, right? If you have to change audio, visual, or if you add levels or something, then you would resubmit. And that's exactly what I said. And Hans has confirmed what I said. So I just wanted to show that real quick because, while Hans might make comments on other people's videos and stuff, they don't like coming around by us. They're a little scared to show their faces. I do know that Leo, since he lives in Germany, he should head on over to the Television Amico offices and pay him a visit.
Yeah,
Do you agree with that, Leo?
that would be great. Yeah, I saw his email on a tweet. I almost sent him one, but I doubt he would. They have my contact because of the strike on my channel that they did on that what was that Splody game. So they
Yeah.
have my entire information. I think even a telephone number. If they wanted to contact me, they could. Yeah, but I would love to go there. I couldn't do it right now, but sometimes I have time and I would have gone, or I would go if they let me.
Well, my suggestion to you, Leo, is to get your phone camera and just go. Don't make a phone call. Don't do anything. Just show up, start recording, and be like, "Here's Leo Diaz live at the Intellivision offices. Hopefully, they'll let me in and give me a tour and show me. That way, they can't prepare any tricks. There'll be no tricks. They'll be taken off guard. And if they
Yeah,
refuse you, then you have it on camera that they refuse to allow
yeah,
you to take a
I
look.
mean,
they would allow
Europe
me.
is a woefully different place than North America, dude. I mean, who knows how they're gonna handle it?
Then they're not going to take Leo out back and shoot him live on camera.
Well, no, that they wouldn't do. They could easily, right now with COVID, as it is here, they could easily say even that I can't go in on grounds of COVID. And even though it wouldn't be forbidden for me to go in, that would be a very easy excuse that I just gave them. I shouldn't have, but
Right. But
they,
here's the thing, Leo. See, this is why you got to think quick on your feet. You say, "Oh, I understand. Can we now schedule live on camera a time when I can show up to come
yeah,
back?" And
great. That's good. That's good. I also have all the like vaccines that you can have. I could have made a test before that usually allows you to do almost anything.
See,
So
there you
that would
go.
be
You
cool.
just plan
Yeah.
ahead. You plan for all the obstacles, and then you overcome them as they show up.
How to be a very annoying guy with Tony TGD.
Real
Oh, no,
quick,
it's
let's say
kidding.
what's up to the chat. Hey, Bomberny, Barks and T, what's up? What's up, Dorkside? Chappy McChapster says Hans Ippish is his favorite Hans. We had Retro Bro here. He said he's probably going to turn off the game to watch this. So hopefully, I did send John the link. So if Retro Bro wants to hop on and sort of rebut our rebuttal live on the screen, as we're going through it, it'll be a fun little exercise. What's up, Andy? But with that said, we're going to go ahead and get into the video. We covered the first 10 minutes of the video last night. It was just Cyrus talking about his book. Nothing actually pertinent to the Amico discussion. So we're going to skip that today. We're just going to get into it. Anyone have a problem with that? Is that cool with you guys?
Well, I could. Can I say just very shortly about the book of Cyrus?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just have the impression that like he wrote the book and he was expecting to release the book because it's Intellivision is back or something like that, right? I think he was planning to release the book together with the release of Intellivision. And unfortunately, that didn't pan out. And it kind of looks silly to make a book about the return of Intellivision when they haven't returned yet. But that's just unfortunate that the timeline didn't shape up as predicted.
Yeah, that could be possible. From my understanding of the book, it's not really about Intellivision Amico so much as about Cyrus, his personal connection to the Intellivision, and then a little bit about the Amico, coming back, bringing that name. Retro Bro says no, that was not the case. He also says he'll have fun listening, but commenting on his own show would be odd. It would be odd. That's why it would be unique and something no one else has ever done. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to skip that. We're going to go straight into when they start talking about this Nintendo graphic that's been going around. Hopefully you guys can hear it. Hopefully the video does not stutter. I dropped the quality all the way to the bottom, and I do have it at normal speed because not everybody likes to listen at 2 times like me.
This. Let me see if I can actually pull this picture up. Actually, I'll go back.
Hey, whatever works.
I actually talked about this on the Geek Getaways channel a little bit last night. I thought it'd be interesting to get your take, Cyrus, and your take, Nick. Because obviously it's going to be different from what was last night. I was kind of a sheep in the wolf's den last night, which is fine.
I would like to thank John for admitting that he is a sheep among us wolves. One day, John, we will get you there. You'll be a mighty wolf like the rest of us. But we're always glad to have you pop in.
I was hearing some echo. I'm not sure whether it's original from the video or it's from one of us.
It might be from me. I'll turn my mic off when I play the video.
Good. Yeah.
I mean, honestly speaking, I'm a little insulted by the Den of Wolves thing. I mean, I'm like a hippo, okay? I'm a hippo. I'm the dangerous land animal, bitch.
I don't like actually this painting, but from their perspective, I guess I understand that they think that they really think we go out of our way to just crap on Amico, and that what we say is disingenuous. It's not our actual opinion. They don't think we actually think this is this bad. But I mean, I'm sorry. That's just, I mean, I say what I think, not because of any, whether I like someone or not. If I say an opinion, it's just because it's what I think. I don't go out of my way to crap on this.
Yeah,
it just happens. That's all. It's like a fart.
Yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. If they do something good, I will definitely be there to say it. But so far, I haven't seen it.
I mean, I kind of like the idea of the Amico. I really do, but The whole E3 presentation, the stolen assets, which are not acceptable, by the way. I don't care what Rab or Geeks with Cash says. It's not acceptable.
Yeah, I think they touch on it later. So when we get there, we'll discuss it more in detail. But let's go on. This is like an hour-long video. We don't want to be here 6 hours.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can't stay here for 6 hours. All right, yeah, so let's do it.
I'm fine with that. So this is from Shack News. Nintendo discloses Switch age demographic data for the first time. So this is the first time that they've actually released the demographic data. I'm going to see, there is one thing I was curious about to see how they got it. But one of the most fascinating things about the Nintendo Switch leading up to and following its release was the fact that it.
All right, I got to stop it here real quick because John, I love you, John. You're a great friend, humanitarian, big muscles. But unfortunately, John, you didn't see the very clearly marked link in the second paragraph. And I will share. I actually have Shack News all lined up, ready to go.
Is his eyesight bad?
I don't know. John, if you're in the chat, let us know. Do you have bad eyesight?
I mean, it's cool if you do. You know, it's.
So here it is, Shack News. As you can see, this is the exact same article. And right here, in the second paragraph, right in green, highlighted, it says, in a recent business presentation, then you click this link, and this link will take you to this PDF here from Nintendo. And now all the questions that John and the panel are going to have in the next couple of minutes will be answered in this PDF, this presentation that was actually presented by Shuntaro. How the hell you pronounce his name? Shuntaro Furukawa.
Just call him Shuntaro, okay? Just call him Shuntaro.
Fukasawa-san said, and he says, due to the situation with COVID-19, this year we are once again hosting a live broadcast of our corporate management policy briefing instead of holding it in person. So that's exactly what this document is, and that's how people got a hold of it. But let's jump back into Amico After Dark and see what they have to say. I gotta mute my mic so you guys don't get no echo.
It was being marketed towards adults. Of course, all the Nintendo's products are designed for players of all age, but it was clear that Nintendo was really trying to appeal to adults as well as children with its hybrid console. And that's pretty obvious too, because you look at like the original first Switch commercials that we've seen, it was, you know, different from what we had growing up. A kid in front of the TV, it was young adults at a rooftop party. And it was kind of, it became like a joke, like, oh, who's taking, you know, what grown ass adults are taking a Switch to rooftop parties. So that was kind of interesting. Like we did see that. So right away, I think that was pretty obvious. Like they were trying to target that older demographic.
I don't think they were trying to target the older demographic. I think they were specifically trying to target the demographic that grew up with the Nintendo consoles. I know it's splitting hairs here. It's being a little nitpicky, but.
Well, I think that's just the older demographic flocking to the Switch. I think it's just one of those things that just happened. Maybe it wasn't intentional, you know?
John says, just put headphones on in the laptop. Yeah, I should. But unfortunately, I don't think the audio on the laptop works. Just like the screen doesn't work, which is why it's plugged into a TV, which is where the sound comes out of.
It's not a big deal. Got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, they still talk about this before in the. Sorry, I'm going on the.
Oh, don't worry about
demographic itself already.
Take your time.
They are going to discuss this on the panel. I have watched. I've skipped a lot, but I have watched some of the Amico After Dark already. They're going to talk about it. I mean, there are many things, but I think it was Nick, Geeks with Cash, who said, you know, I think a lot of this is just Nintendo talking about how much they increased their reach within the older demographics because they know they already have a hold on the younger people, right? Between Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, like at least as a perception, they have that market. At least that the public perception is that that's their market, right? And they want to expand. But I think they want everybody. I really think Nintendo wants everybody, and not just
who
this or
wouldn't?
that.
Who really realistically would not want to go after as many consumer bases as possible?
True. Bomberny TV says Nintendo has always struggled with targeting the right people in trailers. I guess the Switch's advertising is slightly at older audience, but they definitely target younger as well. Yeah, I think the original. I'm going to agree with John. The original Switch marketing was aimed at like 20-something-year-olds, people that grew up with the Super Nintendo, the N64, because the Wii was a lot of older people, a lot of stuff like that. So I think they were trying to get it back towards a younger crowd.
But there is this, sorry, I'm interrupting, but there is this one thing, like younger kids, they like and they want to see older kids. So it's like if you have all those 18-year-olds playing the game, all kids, like even 10-year-olds, they look at that and oh, they're cool. I want to have that too. Like that's I really think that's one strategy also. Like it grabs almost everybody.
Well, I agree. Like little kids always want to do what the older children are doing, the older people. So yeah, that could be a factor.
I mean, well, like okay, I'll give you a good example. When they were unveiling the HD Rumble, I mean, it just seems that'd be more, in my opinion, for people in their 20s and younger than that, perhaps.
Yeah. Zeno says, can this be any blurrier? I think it could. Yeah, it could, but John's video only goes down to 240p. I have to put the quality of the video low in order for the video to play so we don't get any stuttering or any load issues. I don't think it's necessary to actually see them in order to hear what they're saying. Barkson says you don't have to market to little kids. They see older people playing them, and then they want it automatically.
Oh yeah, that's the kind of thing that companies have been doing for decades. How do you think? How do you think those metal those mini cars? How do you think they sold? How do you think the War Toys sold? It's the same thing. Kids kids buy the kind of stuff like what their parents used.
Retro Bro says we never said Amico would take market share from Nintendo. That's ridiculous. We asked the panel and chat if there is a potential gap. He says I even went on to say even if there was a gap, Amico could never have the penetration to take market away from Nintendo. Okay. No worries, John. I mean, you could jump on in and just add in as you want to go.
Jump in with us wolves.
Just try to keep the spoilers. I haven't seen the video fully, so try to keep the spoilers down until we get to there.
Yes, watching.
In a recent
it's totally cool. We promise not to eat you.
Nintendo Switch since its launch. It was here that the company revealed that age demographic for players on the hot console. In the graph provided, we see that young adults aged 20 to 25 make up the biggest share of the Switch's demographic, which is strange to me. I would actually think it would be people like 25 to 35, given like that's the people who grew up with Nintendo and Super Nintendo. But I digress. From there, we see that adults well into their 40s.
John makes a good point. He says he assumed that the largest demographic would be people who grew up with the Nintendo and the Super Nintendo. But here's where John failed to, follow this logic through. Those people, 35 years old, 35, 40, in my age demographic, probably have kids and they probably have more than one kid. So for every Nintendo player, he has 2 children that are probably playing on a Nintendo console. Does that sound reasonable to you, Mr. Skyromatic?
It does,
yeah.
but there's more.
Bargson, I would ask you in the chat to not attack each other. You could attack points. You could attack people's words, their arguments, but not the person themselves.
Yeah, guys, come on, no fighting. All right,
a decent
come on.
portion of the played base as well, with numbers quickly decreasing from there. This is where it gets interesting. Interestingly enough, children only make up for a very small portion of Switch players. Ages 10 to 12 are the biggest demographic among minors, but the numbers pale in comparison to what we see from adults. Again, this can probably be traced back to the fact that Nintendo made a clear choice to market the Switch to older audiences leading up to and after its launch.
I just want to say real quick, this article from Shack News, this is the prime example, what I say, when people make assumptions based on inaccurate information. The writer of Shack News obviously did not read the PDF that he's talking about. He didn't read exactly what the data meant, where it came from, how they collected it. And so he's making inaccurate statements that then other people are going to take and make inaccurate speculation based upon. And I hate that.
Sounds like it should be more like shafted news to me.
Sorry to
Retro says that's fair, Tony. I thought about that, and that's why I wanted to know how Nintendo collected this data. Well, in the PDF, John, it actually says how Nintendo collected the data.
Tony,
did
you link the PDF? Could you please link the PDF if it's
That's
possible?
a good idea.
We'll put the PDF link in the chat. It is on page 7 at the bottom. It says, note, data for the number of annual playing users is collected from consumers with a Nintendo account who connected to the internet and agreed to share their log. It is also indicates the number of consumers who play software, but does not include those who only use Nintendo eShop and other non-software services.
That's perfect. That's exactly what we needed to know. Because, I mean, you said no spoilers, but they talk about this kind of stuff.
Retro Bro says, wait, you mean people covering the Amico never make accurate? No, I didn't say that. I'm just talking about this very specific article here. I'm sure that there's so many people covering the Amico, so many. I don't know all of them on personal level.
Let's be clear here. We are never wrong, but everyone else can be. Right, guys?
Yeah. That's a
there
fair
you go. There you go. All right, it's our channel, baby.
Barkson says the data is collected from Switch consoles being connected to the internet, which is why it is not accurate since many Switch consoles are offline while kids are playing. That is incorrect. See, the data is collected from, as the thing says, from consumers with a Nintendo account who connected to the internet and agreed to share their log. So people who connected to the internet but didn't agree to have their information shared. You know, when you hit that little check that little box. So even if you use the internet and you didn't agree to have your log shared, that data is not collected. Accounts that use the eShop, like say a parent buys a game for the kid but does not actually play the game himself, they're not counted either. It's only
Can I stop for a minute? Look, guys, I don't really want the word pedophile used in chat.
Oh God.
Who's using
let's not throw that word around. Even if you're joking, let's not use that word, okay?
I am not looking at the chat. Come on, guys. What the hell is going on?
That's inappropriate. I'm gonna put you in timeout for that, Minnie.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it just had to be said.
Thank you, Carl.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I was on the other page. But yeah, so you got to connect to the internet. You got to actually play a game, and you have to agree to have your log information shared with Nintendo in order for it to count in this graph. So if I were to set up an account in order for my kid to play who's under 5, let's say I just set it up where I'm not going to put my kid's information. I'm just going to put my information, do it, and hand the kid the Switch. Nintendo will think it's me playing, and they'll log the information as a 40-year-old, as opposed to a 5-year-old.
That makes sense. I mean, that's what parents kind of do anyway, right?
Sometimes it all depends on the age of the kids, how many kids you have.
Right.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think this graphic, again, it's we have to see this as Nintendo communicating to their investors, right? And they don't necessarily want to go through all this. They don't necessarily care. But there is very, very, exactly what Tony said. There is very heavy bias on the graphic bias, as in which you have no idea all these kids, like who bought it, how many kids who are 5, 6, 7 have an offline Switch with just some cartridges because the parents don't want them online at all because they're afraid of something happening, right? So we just don't have the information at all here.
I mean, here's something to think about. Unless you're going through the phone, as far as I'm aware, I don't think the Nintendo Switch has any voice chat built in. I could be wrong, though.
No, it does.
Oh,
I haven't played my Switch in so long, but
all right. Well, see, I'm wrong.
I'm not completely disagreeing. I'm just saying many parents might not even know that. They might not even want to have. I mean, I know some people who are like that. Actually, you don't have to even know or care, right? If you don't even put the Wi-Fi password on the console, you just don't have to think about it. You give it to the kid, you have the games there, and that's it. You forget about it. It's 100% safe. There can't happen anything at all.
All right. And there's one more very crucial piece of information that you guys need to know.
Okay.
When it says annual playing users, Nintendo counts an annual playing user as those who play their Nintendo Switch at least once per year.
Ooh. Well.
So we don't know. Looking at the graph, you have no idea. These 21-year-olds, they could have bought a Switch. It was cool, bought a Switch, played one game, never touched it again, and they counted. Whereas the 10-year-olds might be playing it every day. The 40-year-olds might be playing it every day.
Mm-hmm.
Skyrim Grandma might be on 55-year-old, 60-plus playing it every day. And the 20-year-olds...
Actually, I think Shirley Curry plays it on the PC.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to say Skyrim Grandma.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, No Square Gamer says this could be Nintendo using a graph that is a bit misleading to show stockholders they are hitting a key demographic with disposable money. Yeah, the exact name of the event or whatever is called the second quarter financial results and corporate management policy briefing for fiscal year ending March 2022.
So man,
this
that's
might
a lot
be
of
an internal thing between management. It might be, managers showing employees. Maybe investors got a copy of this. I'm not exactly sure how it was distributed or found by anybody.
I mean,
but I think that's enough background, and we'll just get back into the video.
Okay, cool.
Which also has much more mature games than most previous consoles from the company. We know that as well. There's a lot of different types of indie games. They're putting Doom on there.
Why do you make me stop this every 2 minutes, Sean? The idea that Nintendo has more mature games now than they did before, we've talked about that. That's a fallacy based on the fact that the ESRB ratings didn't exist when Nintendo first launched its console in 1987. All the early games were retroactively given the E for everybody rating because there was only E, a mature, and I think there was one, adult. There's like 3 ratings.
Also, one other thing. They had Doom 64 on the Nintendo 64.
Yeah. And I think also you have to figure the amount of games per console has increased. So, numerically, there might be more teen games on, say, the Switch versus the Wii. However, percentage-wise, it probably falls in line at the same amount of percentage because the overall amount of games has increased per console as we've gone through the generations. That's another thing you got to understand. You got to look at the complete context of what's going on.
So we're seeing, and not for me, that's not bad. Obviously, like my biggest gripe with Nintendo consoles was the third party sucked. They did kind of fix that a little bit with the Switch. There's still a lot to be left on it, though. With how wildly popular Nintendo Switch is, it is interesting to see that the age demographics for the console look like. If anything, it just reaffirms the idea that Nintendo's products appeal to a massively wide range of audiences. During the same presentation that we got these demographic stats, the company also announced that the Nintendo Switch online service has topped 32 million total subscribers. This is from back in September. So I'm going to enlarge this, and I'm going to bring Mr. Phoenix in here. How are you doing?
Panda, what's up, dude?
How you guys doing?
So
I was just in the middle of filming, and I'm like, you guys look like the saddest three little geese I ever saw. So I decided to pop in.
When you're not around, sir.
Well, that's what I was getting at.
I take responsibility because I was talking about animals and pets, and I think Nick.
So I got a question.
It sort of
Thanks,
started a
Courtside.
conversation between me
Thank
and Jen and our,
When
What's up,
did
Kyle?
when did this article come up again? Was it uploaded or whatever?
The article, let me look it up again. Hold on. The PDF came out on November 5th, 2021.
Okay.
This particular article came out on, hold on, November 5th, 2021. So this is an old article. It's not even new.
And Retro Bro, you're making a big deal about it now.
Oh, well, I mentioned it. Remember, we talked about it. And
Well, yeah, but I mean,
someone else had talked about it
some kind of
previously.
preparation could have been made. That's just feedback, not picking on anyone.
Yeah, I think
All right.
for some reason this came up recently. And people were talking about it, even though it is like 3 months
Wow.
old at this point.
It just seems weird. I mean, it's so old of an article. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it says relevant
equal
today as it
laws,
was.
missing cats. Way to go,
Sorry.
Cy. I blame you.
My fault.
I didn't mean to get in the middle of the conversation, guys.
So my question for you guys is like, Tommy and the Intellivision team have said it before. The age demographic for the Amico is probably 3 to 9. I think that's kind of what they've been saying. And when you look at this graph, 3 to 9 isn't. I mean, it starts to go up. You see a little bit dip in teens, but teens are on their phones and devices and hiding in their rooms playing Xbox, so there's no surprise there. But do you think this is good for Intellivision? Do you think there might be a gap here for the Amico to sort of grab that audience?
I have some questions about this. I don't understand what this graph means really. Like, Nintendo put this out for what purpose? Like, what was their thinking? Like, what? Why?
I'm assuming. Well, they said it was at, I believe, like in an. Let me go back here. Was it an investors meeting that they put this out at? It was a business. It just said in a recent business presentation. We don't know. I'm guessing investors. I don't know who it was for.
Okay, so
It's
I'm
unfortunate.
just confused by
Bro didn't see the link.
information because this seems like a real.
Well, that's what I
Yeah.
meant by preparation. No preparations was seemingly made.
That's Sai is gonna talk about, and they're gonna go around in circles for a while about this. But he wanted to know like exactly how the collection of data was and all that, and I think they get to it kind of. But yeah, I mean, you have to see from, we've discussed this in the beginning, right? For like what is the actual data? Where does it come from? Because there are strong biases as that, right? And Sai knows it.
I mean, at least let's take Tony for example. You're pretty thorough, right?
Oh yeah, I try to be. Got to be.
Oh, I mean, so like whenever you bring one of these articles up, there's a good chance you've usually done your work.
Oh yeah, I check all the
like a good
sources.
old journalist.
I check the sources. I go to the links. I make sure that I know what I'm talking about before I start talking about it. I mean,
Again,
it's
guys,
understandable.
you know, again, it's just feedback. I'm not attacking anyone.
I would say that John, as the host or the main person, he should at least have clicked it, read it through, gone over it. That way, when the other panelists who might not have seen the article had questions, he would be able to answer them. But Leo says they discussed this, so let's hear what they got to say.
Really weird way to present this. You know, it's not clear as far as like how many are we like what current state of Nintendo Switch, age distribution of annual playing users of annual. What does that mean? Like, this seems like one of those things you put out just to be like, look, we're selling really well with young adults or something, because look at that spike. Holy crap, at 20 years old. That's a strange spike, isn't it? It's very specific.
Yeah, well, I mean, that kind of makes sense, honestly. So,
Yeah,
I mean, you're looking at
can
about
we
20
stop
to
here?
22, but roughly 22 years old, 21, 22.
Because I completely agree with Sai, and I made a video about this graph, and I talked about it. There is no way that is true. If you know statistics and math and how a graph like this looks like, and everything else looks kind of okay, except for that hole right there at the teens. I don't really believe that, and I think it's related to this spike in the 20. But there is no way that spike is true. Like
I mean,
it's not an
there's
anomaly in the, in something happening.
I
It
do
has to be.
agree. I agree. Like, I mean, the Switch, everyone. I mean, based on what I hear from Gary, at least, most kids are definitely playing the Switch.
Well, here's another thing that you got to remember. I don't know how they're handling multiple devices, using other people's devices. Obviously, is going to affect the data.
That's exactly what I mean. It's like there is something that causes that spike that is definitely not the fact that exactly people at 20 years old are double as many playing the Switch as people who are 21. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I think
like
what I said earlier.
Obviously a thing. Go.
I think it's what I said earlier. I think it's exactly young parents who buy the Switch, put their information in, and just hand it off to their children who are below 10.
Tony, one thing that one theory that I made when I was making my video, maybe people who are like 16, 17 years old, they all say they're 18. And then
that's a good point.
A couple years later, they're all 20. So maybe a lot of Switches sold, I don't know, like 2 or 3 years ago to that demographic, and like 3 age brackets, like 3 years of age, they are all piled up on 18 and made a spike.
That's a very good point.
That could also be why we see this weird from 10 to 15. There's a drop. Again,
exactly.
It might have been people who were signing up for YouTube and stuff. You got to be 13, so they lied about their age. I think Twitch, you got to be 13.
Yeah. There's also another example. The way some kids swipe their parents' credit card for certain free-to-play games out there. You probably have to fake an age check or something.
Again, also the younger people, the parents might be saying not to share the log information, which is also affecting. Whereas the 20-year-olds are like, I don't care who tracks me, whatever. So there's probably a lot of factors going into that spike, not necessarily.
Easy G post a comment, which I kind of want to read. Does that graph include the Switch Lite because majority of the people that own that are kids?
It includes all the people on any kind of Switch. It's all the same eShop. It's all the same.
Yeah, they kind of combine all the hardware sales, as far as I know, as far as
Yeah,
I've
but this
heard at
doesn't have nothing
least.
to do with hardware sales. This has to do with
Right.
using the Nintendo Online
Yeah.
services. And they're all
Okay.
the same.
Okay.
This
Okay.
almost
All right. All
hasn't.
right.
This almost hasn't to do anything with anything because like this could be almost meaningless as far as their actual revenue. Because some of these demographics might be huge as far as having played it. It's what Tony said, right? But other completely
Yeah.
different demographics might make up 80% of their actual profits. You know, like
I want to.
it's graphic. It's
I'm
Sai
kind
is
of
right.
curious.
It's weird.
I mean, take the do they? Does the family plan have any sort of impact on this?
Yes, any account, Carl, listen, it's very clear. Any account that plays a game at least once online and allows the log information to be shared will be counted in this graph.
So if like a child has family account status, right?
As long as the account is connected to the internet, plays one game, and allows login
Sorry,
information. So
I'm
if you have
just-
27 accounts on your Switch, all
Uh-huh.
27 play one game, connected to the internet, share log information will be counted in this graph. They don't care how many people have the family plan. They don't care how many people have Switch Online Plus, Switch Online, whatever. As long as you play the game, connected to the internet, share log information. That's it.
I'm just curious. I'm sorry. I'm just curious. It's I was just curious as all.
So yeah, so your entire family has a family account, and there's 6 accounts. All 6 will be counted as long as they meet those other 2 criteria.
All right. Move on, I guess. With the video.
Yeah, but I'm just saying
is the biggest age group that owns it,
right.
and
But
to me that kind of makes sense because they're going to be the most mobile, right?
But all I'm saying, Nick, is it's not a very clear way to present sales information. You know, like this is like strange to me. I'm not really a
Well, see, the thing is, this is not sales information. So that's the first mistake I think they're going to looking at the graph.
Tony, I will disagree with this one. Maybe it's my bias because I know Sai, but he's right. This is literally not a good way to present sales information. You know what he means? It's like he's kind of saying this is okay. The graphics is showing us this information of some people who play the console, but this doesn't really mean that these amount of consoles sold or didn't sell or how many people are buying the games. I'm pretty sure that's what he means. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's not
but here's
misunderstanding. He's just explaining that this graphic is not very useful to understand what the actual environment of the Switch looks like.
Well, here's the thing, Leo. One, again, this is not a sales graphic. It is not presented as a sales graphic. It is presented exactly as it is. 2, there is actually bullet points underneath the graphic that are not being shown in the article. And 3, there's a previous graphic with bullet points, and one of the bullet points says there are cases where more than one Nintendo account are connected to the same Nintendo Switch system, so the maximum number does not match Nintendo Switch sell-through. This particular chart is not about sales at all. It's just trying to show you the age range as to who are playing online Switch games. Just think of it like that.
Yeah. Of the accounts of what people put in an account,
right?
But that's exactly what Sai means. It doesn't mean this is a graphic about sales and it's a bad graphic.
I think he does think it's about how many are sold, because they're discussing it as if this is a hole in the market. These are the people buying it and playing.
Well, I've been in this situation about 100 times. I'll just disagree. What I hear when I hear him say that is that he means like, okay, we have these numbers, and Sai understands these numbers, and he understands the math behind having something that is just reporting on statistics that you got from an automated system like this. It's like that. It's just it's okay. You have these numbers, but it doesn't mean that there are these amounts of Nintendo Switches sold to people of these ages, or that these represent game sales and all that kind of stuff. And he doesn't have any of these other information.
That's not what the chart is trying to show, Leo. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I agree. I completely agree.
Yeah, Beefy, 3 streams in 3 days. We were trying to do this last night, but the chat for StreamYard broke for some reason, so we just said we'll pick it up tomorrow.
So just to go on with this line of thought of Cyrus Martin. Okay, so we have this graphic. It has this information, but that doesn't mean this graphic doesn't mean that Nintendo Switches actually sell for these demographics in these amounts. This does not actually representative necessarily of how many people actually own and play Switches daily or are buying games and all that kind of stuff.
Right. MIDI Music says, sure, Tony, but even being what it is, it doesn't represent what it tries to present in an accurate way. Well, here's the thing. Again, I'm sure the guy, when he spoke, the president, he didn't just say, here's a PDF, look at it. I'm sure he explained it more thoroughly, explained what it meant, what they were trying to say. The article is trying to present it in a certain way, and that's where some of the confusion is coming from, because the article did not, obviously, the writer wasn't at the event. He's not discussing being at the event or what the guy said at the event. And he's not even going over the bullet points in the entire PDF. Bro says Leo is right. Oh man, didn't think we'd ever hear that. Bro says Leo is right. We weren't looking as sales. If that age group isn't playing or buying, it's relatively the same question. Relatively. Let's carry on.
Understand it. And maybe it's just me because I don't
what is strange to it? Is it just the way the graph looks? Is it the pretty little pictures around it that look kind of silly, or what?
Well, I've been in a lot of business meetings and I've never seen anything like that show up in a business meeting. That's all I'm saying. Like everything I see
doubt that's what they used in the business.
It did look like they vomited graphics on the
unfortunately for them, they're both wrong, because that is exactly what was used in the business meeting.
Yeah, I don't know where,
right? Like someone just learned Photoshop for the day.
I think somebody just threw a bunch of that out for public display. That's probably not what their actual numbers are like.
Right.
I mean, Nintendo's very Japanese. They're going to have this all in a spreadsheet, and it's going to be in like basically like a pie chart.
That's exactly my point.
Would have been cleaner.
It's exactly
to show
my
the
point.
differences.
A pie chart would be garbage for this information.
Yeah,
I'm not
sure.
Have a pie chart with at each year and the size of that would be garbage. How would you even do that? A pie chart would be awful for this.
Yeah, I'm not sure what being Japanese has to do with whether or not you would use a graphic like this, especially considering this is an official. I mean, it has Nintendo logos all over it and stuff.
Oh, come on, man. Samurai, you know, they sit down and tatami drinking tea and talk about whether they're going to go to war against Sony or not. Do you think they make graphs like this with color pictures? They draw like with those pencils and ink and stuff.
Yeah, this isn't official. This was used by
this
Nintendo.
This is literally their graphic on their spreadsheet. Yeah. Like he was completely off there, but he didn't know this was literally their graphic on their PDF, on their spreadsheet that they talked about to their investors. They just didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was just the way he was like, well, the Japanese don't do this. You know, I spent many years in the land of the rising sun, and I know. No, it's like Jesus Christ. Yes, companies do this. The Nintendo is a game company. They're gonna have nice, colorful graphics for people to look at.
But that's not what they wanted to present to the public.
So
why is this the presentation?
I can tell you what annual playing users is. I found this. This was from, I can't even say, for a Kawa. I don't know. The graph shows the number of annual playing users. It indicates the number of, this is a different graph though, but as far as annual playing users, it indicates the number of users who play Nintendo Switch software between the particular graph that I'm looking at that's not on the screen between April and the following March. So it's essentially the number of users who play the Switch in a year. I just don't know how they would capture that. You know what I mean?
That's a good question too. Like, how are they getting this data?
Because anytime you boot up a game, the system knows about it and the system reports it back to Nintendo.
So
I get a report on how many hours I've played, how many hours and whatever I've played and what I've played from Nintendo. They email me.
Right. So 5-year-olds are being tracked because the account is set up for 5-year-olds.
Well,
maybe even child accounts, maybe.
There are cases where more than one Nintendo account are connected to the same Switch system, so the maximum number does not match Nintendo's Switch cell.
They were so close. They were right there. They were at the precipice. They just had to take one more step, just one more. They would have got the information because it is in the. I'm assuming John is reading from the PDF. It does have all the information as to how they collected the data, which I read. So they were so close. Marcus, he says, I guess you have to allow to send data to Nintendo. Yeah, it says in the PDF.
Exactly.
You have to allow them to log your information. There's a little, I believe it's a checkbox that you got to check.
I mean, I can give you an example. I think like the Xbox, whenever you log in log into, let's say you're setting up a new Xbox, they even have something like that. You know, something about data collection.
Yeah, I think Sony has the same thing. I always put no, don't collect my data. What about you, Leo? Do you allow them to collect your information? Is it different in Germany?
I don't know. It's the same thing here, and Europe is actually one of. I think it was Europe that, like, the entire cookie thing, that now you have to accept the cookies. That was an European thing that Europe said. You know, if you're going to track people, you will have to let them. You have to.
That's actually a good idea.
Agree with it. And I have a PlayStation 4. I don't know. Sometimes they turned it off. Sometimes they turned it on. But I have one PlayStation 4 that's actually completely offline and now jailbroke, and I haven't done anything. But generally speaking, I kind of usually I deny, but sometimes I let them have the information.
I disavow jailbreaking your PS4. Sony, if you're watching, I disavow Leo's jailbreaking of the PS4.
Can I say that like go quickly into that? I literally want to back up the games that I own to just be sure that I can play them in the future, even if the DVDs break and stuff. Like I don't want to do anything weird with that actually, but I like having that control. And there are many options, other options, stuff that you can do with the PS4, like even unlocking frame rates in games and stuff. Like, it's interesting.
I mean,
but we'll go on.
I gotta say to Leo's defense, you know, I gave my last PlayStation 4 to a friend because he doesn't have internet or whatever. It's basically locked him out until he can get it. He can connect the Wi-Fi on.
Yeah. All right. Let's
through.
Guys, I'm just not. I don't understand this, and I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just not the right guy to talk about that.
But wasn't there even? I think there was a document, right, that explained it better anyway, right? Doesn't it say like it breaks out like this age group is doing this and that group is doing that? Am I crazy? I thought there was that.
This is there maybe I didn't dig
into
into this. I remember.
Well, I mean, I can answer your question though. I mean, as far as do I think Intellivision has an opportunity for that market? I mean, yeah, I made a video.
Oh, hey, we're in the show now.
Hey.
We're in the show. Yeah. What's up, Amico After Dark? And wow, I see Panda Sub 2000. I see Geeks with Cash and Cyrus. Oh,
looks like a good crew.
Oh, it's a fantastic. Oh my God, Renee. Someone named a whole bunch of tabs.
Was it Renee or was it Art Big Fall?
It was our big fault.
We're going to fast forward this because this is
Yeah, we
just
call him Renee.
bantering.
Get rid of these right off the bat.
We don't need to hear this.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? This is my buddy Andy. That's been in a lot of the extra footage. We did lots of whiskey and White Claw.
His energy is not meeting mine.
Sorry, I was having a little get together. No, Amico After Dark will stay, but it's cool. Now we're in it.
I'm sure DJC, I'm sure he's got an opinion on this too.
Oh, what are we talking about?
Well, I think we're discussing that Nintendo demographic that you brought up on Wednesday.
Yeah, so
the under 7 that they missed out on. The older, the 45 plus and the older community, but the that was what they did not go after. But the Amico, that's exactly the demographic they're heading for, is children under 7, the retro gamer 45 plus, the older people, and the casual gamer. So yeah, it's kind of nuts, right? It actually works out for them.
I mean, that's always what I thought. I know there are some people who want the Amico to be, catered to, only to or a lot to the retro community. And that I totally get that. What excited me about it was that exactly what this kind of graph is showing, in that it has the potential to target systems aren't targeting. So namely the younger kids with families, and then also older adults, like, again, people who frequent my parties who really don't.
Here's the thing, and I know I'm going to get some flack for this, but Nintendo is definitely targeting the younger crowd. I mean, games like Peppa Pig are on the Nintendo Switch. Nothing of a modern children's license is on the Amico. Kids are not clamoring for Harlem Globetrotters. Sesame Street has fallen off in recent years. It is not the popular show it was in the 70s. Kids are moved on to things like Dora the Explorer, Peppa Pig. What the hell's that one? Miraculous, Paw Patrol. Leo, you got kids. What the hell is that other one? PJ Mask, all that shit.
I don't know. The one I got for my daughter was Paw Patrol.
Yeah,
it was garbage, though. I got it on the PlayStation 4, but it was garbage. But yeah, they have all those licenses that actually matter.
Yeah, those are the licenses that kids want. Here we go. Beefy's in the chat. He says, Peppa Pig, Mamulo and Friends, Mouse Encyclopedia, Coloring Book, Puzzle Game. Yeah, they have all the licenses that the kids want, the hot children's properties. So even, I mean, they don't need this is what I think people fail to realize. Nintendo doesn't need to put ads up saying, hey, we got Peppa Pig, hey, we got this, right? Adults who are looking for Peppa Pig are going to look out, they're going to seek out those things and then pick them up for the Switch or the PlayStation or whatever. Children are not, you don't really advertise to children that are 0 to 5. You advertise to the parents.
Yeah, that's actually something Tommy said, but I go further. I think Nintendo's marketing, and I mean, even here in this document, some of these things are being written here. They've focused so much. Panda Sub 2000 was even talking about this. Like, the focus of Switch in the beginning was people literally taking Switches, the marketing, people taking Switches to parties, to play with people together in the same room. That was the entire focus. That was the main thing of the Nintendo Switch. It was the party system that you take to places. It is the cheap, simple video game that doesn't care about graphics and just wants simple games for everybody to play. Like, that's literally what the system is. It's the same thing as what the Amico wants to be.
Yeah. Beefy says, Amico still has not shown me any content that targets that younger demographic. Yeah. The word target, I think, is the key. Having a game and saying, well, kids can play this, right? Kids can play Shark, kids can play Astro Smash. Well, guys, kids can play anything. Give them any game and they can play it. That's not targeting. Targeting is going after them in a very strategic way, marketing towards them. If they showed kids playing Astro Smash, I would say that's targeting. If they showed kids in an official video, not like Retro Bro going to somewhere in filming. I'm talking about an official Intellivision ad. You know, you're showing kids playing Shark, or talking about Shark, or there's Shark ads during children's television or internet searches. That would be targeting. They're not actually. They've done no targeting of anybody except for retro gamers, because those are the only people they talk to. But the real marketing hasn't started. So Retro Bro says, so every game E and under doesn't target kids. No, it doesn't. It actually does not. I wouldn't say chess is rated E,
What?
and I don't think chess targets kids.
No, man. That's
certainly
nonsense.
does not target kids.
Farming Simulator is E for everyone. Like these cars games, these very realistic car simulator games are free for everyone. They're not 16. Because there's no violence. There's nothing. It can be a highly complex simulator that's targeting 50-year-olds. It's going to be E for everyone, 0. Anyone can play, because the content, that's not what the rating is at all. The rating is insignificant as far as of course, an 18 game is not for kids, targeted at kids. But otherwise it means nothing at all.
Yeah, exactly. There are so many games that are rated E that are not necessarily for kids. Just being an E-rated game. I know people think of E-rated games and immediately they think of kids games, but that's not how the ESRB ratings or the USK or the PEGI ratings work. Show says, I still believe kids will play anything placed in front of them. That's fun. Doesn't matter the console. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Kids will play anything. In order to target them, you have to actually go after them in a very highly specific way. If they got, say, Peppa Pig on the Amico, that would be targeting kids. Like, we're getting a game that we know kids are really into this thing, and that's what we're getting, so we can get them to come to our console. I don't think kids are really into Shark.
Is FIFA for kids? Targeted at kids?
I mean, I guess if that's true, then I guess we can put a Celebrity Deathmatch and Playboy Mansion the game in front of kids.
Whoa, Playboy Mansion the game? That's E?
Well, Show said you could put any game in front of kids, so.
Oh, well, I mean, kids will play them. They'll probably enjoy them. They shouldn't.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
If I was 10 and you gave me Playboy House, I would play that and I would enjoy it. I didn't get it, but I would.
Yep. So I think, as we said here, you got to really think about the whole thing. It's not just the rating specifically. It is what the game is and how it's being marketed. Now, if it was Disney's Shark, featuring Bruce from Finding Nemo and some other sharks, or DreamWorks Shark featuring
he was literally my favorite character in Finding Nemo.
Fish are friends, not food. But moving on, let's see what else they got going.
Know much about games. Those two groups is what I believe the system has a great opportunity in getting to. And then those people who are going to my parties who have kids at home, that then they can play that with their kids. It's kind of like it really is those two groups that are not being catered to by the Switch, that I always saw the Amico as.
And if you saw like in Hannah saw in Rab, well, he's not here right now, but
I hate when they're saying they're not being catered to by the Switch. If you watch any of the Switch ads, and this is what I talk about targeting a demographic, you'll have Switch ads that show grandparents playing Mario Kart with grandkids, older people playing games, celebrities and their families. They're targeting everybody and anybody.
Oh yeah, so Nintendo is going out for blood, as they say. They want everybody.
But they specifically target that on their marketing materials, very specifically families, parents and children playing. I recently saw, I think it was someone even posting it on Reddit or something, like this grandparent. No, the mother and the daughter, I think, were playing Mario Kart, and that's the grandfather and the kid playing, and then the mother comes and joins, and they are all playing together on the couch. Like that's a literal Nintendo Switch advertisement. How can you say they're leaving that on the table?
And I'll give you another example. Any movie which has product placement, that's advertising. Like Crocodile Dundee Goes to Hollywood, for example. It has an apple in it. That's an Apple commercial by default.
I mean, not necessarily. If he like spits the apple out and said it sucks, it wouldn't be an apple.
No, but they were using the Apple computer, the laptop, though.
I gotta get to this comment. Retro Bro says, "I've never seen an old person actually play a Switch. A Wii, yes, but not a Switch. This is what we call anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence is not proof of anything. It is just a personal story. So while Retro Bro might not have seen anybody, there would be other people who would say, well, I see old people use Switch.
Ooh, here. I have.
Yeah, well,
I have.
Well,
I've seen old people play the Nintendo stuff all the time.
I don't understand this statement, because literally we are talking about Nintendo's marketing. Like they literally have this marketing. So, but just because you didn't see someone play a Nintendo Switch, so the marketing doesn't exist. It's like, is this a conspiracy theory or something?
I mean,
Because
like,
I think what he means is the marketing is either not working, or that old people just aren't playing the Switch.
Okay.
But here's another thing we gotta understand. Just because Nintendo doesn't, let's say that this graph is 100% accurate, right? It's 100% accurate. Mm-hmm. Just because somebody 0 years old isn't playing the Switch doesn't necessarily mean that they would want to play an Amico or Xbox or PlayStation.
That's true.
That could just mean that demo doesn't want to play games. You know, those 60-year-olds, those are the only ones wanting to play games, and that's why that is so small compared to the other numbers. You know, you're making an assumption that just because there's 1 million old people, that 1 million old people are going to want to play games, when maybe only 1,000 old people want to play games. And a potential market is not necessarily an actual market, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Does he mean like he never saw anyone of any, like on TV or
no,
on
he's
social
talking about
media?
Real life. He's talking about in real life.
In real life? Oh, okay. So I never saw anyone play Amico, ever. I've never seen Amico. It doesn't even exist. I've never seen it at all. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What's that
Anecdotal
for
evidence is not evidence. It is just nice stories to tell.
Yeah.
At the Boston event, we really saw kids like that Shark game. They were like beating other people at Shark. They were beating other people at Evil Knievel. Like, they're very kid friendly games. I mean, they're
this statement really really bugs me. He says, at the Boston event, we seen kids beating people at Shark and Evil Knievel. Therefore, those games are very kid friendly. Conversely, maybe those games are just really hard for old people, or maybe the old people playing just really are bad at games. Right? Just because kids are winning at a game doesn't mean they're kid friendly. It just means that the other people might suck. Ludo says, imagine how many old people would play a Switch if they had just the marketing genius of Tommy Tellerico. Yeah. So again, just because something is happening at an event, just because you have anecdotal evidence, does not make that a reality. Anecdotal evidence is not science. It's just the way it is. I mean,
fun for adults. Don't get me wrong, but I noticed that at that Shark game, like the kids gravitated towards that. They got it right away because it was nothing but a disc to control, and that was up. What's up, George Games?
Hey, George. I don't.
And again, he said the kids gravitated towards Shark. Exactly what were the choices that they had? Shark, Astro Smash, Evil Knievel. What were the other games that were at the demo, Carl?
Yeah, totally.
The usual. You said Astro Smash, right?
Yeah, it was actually, I think, Missile Command.
Missile Command, I think. Finnegan Fox, Retro.
No,
Well,
Crayola.
I don't think Finnegan Fox was at it. There was like 6
okay.
games. Let's just say that though. There was 6 games.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Out of the 6 games, they gravitated towards Shark. That could just mean that the other 5 games were not appealing to kids. You're looking at it like a positive, like they went to Shark. So obviously this is kid friendly and kids love Shark. As opposed to maybe those other games just did not appeal to kids at all, and they just went to Shark by default. I mean, again, if you had a wider range, if you had wider range of selection, right? If you had like 50 games, and they could play anything, and then they gravitated towards Shark. Oh, that's the games kids like. If you had Shark, Mario, Peppa Pig, some other game, a bunch of games from different systems, and then they gravitated towards Shark over those other games, then you might have an argument. But being given a selection of 6 games, and Shark happened to be one of them, it just might have been the most kid-friendly out of the 6 that you had there. Not necessarily kid-friendly in and of itself.
I mean, let's say that Nintendo was also at these events, right? And they had a thing where you could play the newest Mario. Don't think kids would not be playing Mario. They would not be playing Mario over Shark.
Well,
I guarantee it.
I would say if they are just having Super Mario 3D World, maybe some people would go over to the Amico because they already know the Switch.
Well,
right?
I'm talking like if they unveiled a new Mario at these events.
That would have a 5 kilometer. I said this in one old video of mine. Imagine if the president of Nintendo was in one of these shows showing unreleased Nintendo console there and all the unreleased. People would be crying. There would be a 5 kilometer line. There would be chaos for people to try to go in there. You see?
Leo,
and then Tommy Tallarico goes in one of these places and barely filled the room.
Leo, real quick. For us English speakers that are not European, what the hell is 5 kilometers in American?
Oh, I don't know American, but it's very
you
long.
Can't expect the poor guy to know that. Come on, he's European.
50 blocks.
All right.
I mean, there would be chaos. I mean, people would. I mean, just imagine that. Like you go into Crayola and there are the big heads of Nintendo. They're showing a console from Nintendo that's not released. I mean, people would be going on social media crazy about it, and everybody would start showing up, and everybody like I mean, people from IGN and all that would go, what? They would immediately go there, like take the whoever's the nearest, just go there right now, take a plane, do whatever you can, just go there. Right? I mean, how can you compare the situations? If it was 1-to-1, if you were comparing the Amico to the Switch in an actual 1-to-1 comparable situation, you would see the discrepancy. You would see that there is no, you can't actually compare in any way, shape, or form.
Damn COVID.
If you fall over dead, don't say I didn't warn you.
I think in a vacuum, the Amico does decent among kids in a vacuum.
I agree.
But we don't live in a vacuum. So once they come out of the event, I think that's the bigger tell. No one's on social media. I don't see anybody saying, "Hey, I was at the Boston event. My kids are excited. I want this Amico."
Yeah. Seriously, guys, stop using this as an example. Quit making it sound like this is a good thing, okay? Criminity's sake.
Well, it's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. It's just a thing that happened. It's not.
Okay. All right. Let's say let's say the most popular girl in a high school was hosting a party, and only the 6 nerdiest guys were invited. Tell me that's not a bad thing.
Well, it's a good thing because I was one of the 6 nerdiest guys who
yeah,
were invited with the hottest chick. That's great.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, it would not be the coolest party on the block, though. That's my point.
I cannot relate to this analogy that Carl has
because you were popular. I knew you were the type who was.
We're gonna move on. We don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
You're not gonna hurt my feelings. I know my place.
I don't think any of us, as like a Voltron combining, can match DJC's energy right now. Look at us. It's like
I chose not to drink tonight.
Many Amico games too. Talk about a guy that just plays everything. You pretty much do all gaming.
I do all gaming. Yeah, like current systems, PC, all that stuff. So
we played Astro Smash.
We played Astro Smash. We played Flying Tigers. They play a little thing at Fox, and so yeah, man, it takes me back to like when I was a kid, and
fantastic.
I had my SNES and stuff like that. So like I love those. Good stuff, and the controller's blast.
Yeah, the controller is awesome.
Yeah.
Why does it sound like someo's farting electricity? Does someone have like a weird?
That's my superpower. It's pretty useless.
I gotta get to this comment. Mr. 804 says they are Voltron, but the shitty car Voltron. Actually, there was 3 Voltrons.
Okay, now I remember Defenders of the Universe, the Car Force one. I remember the 3D Voltron. Then I remember the
80s.
Oh, okay. There was.
See, little known fact. We're gonna go back. Voltron is the defender of the universe, but he's the defender of the outer universe. Car Voltron is the defender of the inner universe. Then there was going to be a third Voltron of the middle universe. It was going to be a gladiator made of 3 parts. And it was going to be the third Voltron. Eventually, they were going to have all 3 Voltrons team up, but that never panned out. And then eventually, we did have the 3D Voltron and then the new Netflix Voltron. But the car Voltron was not shitty. It was pretty cool.
I have like a weird feedback, like a.
It could be on our end.
Oh, maybe it's on our end. That's fine, I guess. If no one else hears it.
No, it's definitely you.
I mean,
John, I
did the
just
same thing to you on the graph. I
bring something here.
Remember the LaRue?
Good luck, Nick.
It's fine. I'm just going to say it for the rest of the podcast.
Is that the bourbon?
No, it's the Blackberry
brandy.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Classic Michigan.
So we're about to do this. Caught us on a day that we like to do this. So
I don't love Saturdays, right?
There we go.
It's like the cool kids just interrupted the chess session. It's like
yes.
Sports.
It's Amico After Dark. This is what you do.
Oh no, I think you have the right energy. I'm just laughing that we don't.
Everyone else is slacking.
Yeah, I'm just gonna bring down.
No, maybe the Amico should have some drinking games on it. I think a lot of people would like that.
I mean, you can make them.
They're going to do beer pong.
Oh, dude, beer pong? Right. They already have cornhole. So
cornhole, yeah, was actually pretty fun.
Yeah, so.
The question is, which cornhole do they want to play?
Ooh, a show says Amico just needs to meet public opinion so we can all see what's up. I can't see it happening until 2023 personally, though. I think it has pretty much met public opinion, and public opinion has been meh. It's a thing.
Yeah, look at the E3 presentation, the live chat specifically.
Yeah, I mean, even if it works, it functions. The games are fun. I don't think that it has the interest. No one's clamoring for it. There's no game that people are like, I gotta get it to play this game or this franchise or this. Earthworm Jim is their biggest blip on the radar, and even that. Doesn't have that much appeal.
Yeah, sorry, you.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't. To me, that's a clear Tommy Tallarico thing that he says that the Amico does stuff that the other consoles don't do, but he has never really shown anything that you couldn't do for the most part on the other consoles. Even the articles from the German outlets have said that specifically. It's like you could do these games on a Switch, on a PlayStation, on a tablet, on basically almost anything. It's a kind of a false narrative. It's not that special. It could be. You could do something different with those controllers, but they never really did.
Okay, first of all, let's not use words. Please stop using words like rape, guys. Okay, even as a joke, you're going to get us canceled. And I know Tony says that all the time, but yeah, let's not say that. And second of all, I've considered writing a book before, but I don't really have anything worth writing about. So.
Mike Garcia says public opinion speaks with dollars, not just dollars, but clicks, retweets, and everything like that. Let's move on.
Although I played the intricate version and Panda played the awesome easy version, so yeah.
So Nick, what were you saying?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Nothing.
I said Panda played the intricate version.
Yeah,
No one hear that?
I'm only calling on you, Nick, because you had said that I was right, and so I just like to hear that.
That's fair.
Anyways, it was a fun game. It really was fun.
Okay, now I'm hearing the fun.
Now I hear it. Yeah,
electronic party, dude.
It sounds like it sounds like the parents on the
Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown.
It does, yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Except
Is
it's
the flamingo? Is the flamingo?
Flamingo's in there. Oh no! I don't get it, Andy. Do not get into it. No. That's just break their neck. They're inflatable for God's sake. What is with the merping electronic voices? What is happening?
It's like stuck in your it's stuck in your game room, man. That's what it is.
I literally turned every game. Yeah, it's Renee. Damn you, Renee.
It's those 30 arcade machines you have buzzing 50 feet.
I literally turned 20 of them off. So there's good Lord.
Alrighty, so I mean, I don't know. I look at this and I have a couple questions. Obviously, my question is, how did they get these numbers? Like, how did they pull these? Is that age demographic being represented properly? But if it's not, I mean, and I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't, just because the way Nintendo has pretty much done their marketing with the Switch. Yeah. They've kind of moved towards that older demographic. Listen, that's not saying they're abandoning these younger gamers.
Oh, not in no way.
Gamers for all ages.
I'm gonna try.
Give it a
just
shot.
In case it's me.
Yeah.
I think the reason they targeted the older demographic this time is specifically because they figured they already had the younger demographic on lockdown. They're already considered a console for the younger generation, so why specifically market to a demographic that they've currently and traditionally already had the lion's share of?
As we've already said, Nintendo is 100% marketing towards the younger demographic. I don't know if these guys.
I agree.
I mean, the ads,
as mentioned before,
they're out there. I don't know.
Like the X-Files, baby.
Yeah, the truth is out there. I think they're in a bubble of some sort, because for them to not acknowledge that these ads exist, celebrity ads with children.
You know what I'm going to do after this? I want to find every YouTube video of grannies playing the Nintendo Switch, and I want to upload them all on Twitch.
We now know what Carl's fetish is. Carl's got the
fetish. People, they say that, grandmas and celebrities don't play the Switch. Yeah, well, I'm going to prove them wrong.
Grandma's gone wild.
Oh, yeah. Then everyone will go
no
blind.
one's really challenged them on that.
Right. No one's really come in and said, hey, we want this younger market.
Though
Sony doesn't want it. Microsoft doesn't want it. So it's pretty much already theirs.
Are you aware of Miyamoto saying the...
that is a lie. That is a lie. Sony and Microsoft would be glad.
Wasn't Knack a kid's game? I know that's
I think so.
Yeah,
but it's like this release. And if you go to Microsoft's, because that is their curation, right? What's their service? Game Pass. It has a lot of games maybe not super, but sort of targeted at kids. That there is stuff like Feeding Frenzy and stuff like that on that servers. If they didn't care about kids at all, they wouldn't have games that are mostly for kids, and they have some. It's not. I agree they don't focus on that, but saying it's like that they don't care about that demographic, I disagree. I think they care. I think they try. It's just not their main focus, but they definitely want that. Everybody wants every single customer they want to have.
Oh yeah,
it's just where you invest
definitely.
the most.
I mean, there's every company in the end desperately wants as many little soldiers, sending them cash as much as possible. To use Kevin Leary's metaphor.
I agree.
The thing of it is Knack was a children's game. Astro's Playroom, which comes free with the PlayStation 5, is basically a children's game. They 100% want it. Sony would not be like, no, kids, don't spend money on our console.
Knack is definitely a kid's game. You bet your bottom dollar it's a kid's game.
So it's not that they don't want it; they're just not capturing it. They don't have. Nintendo is synonymous with family, kids gaming. That's why. And the first party title from Nintendo, Mario, your Pokemons, your Animal Crossing, those are all highly regarded and highly anticipated for everyone titles that children love as well as adults.
Yeah. I will go back to something that Tony said, though. Can I go?
Then I got a comment that I want to read from Easy 8.
I'll just go with it. It's fast. A lot of the stuff that targets little kids is the licensed stuff, and that's mostly third parties. And so that's the reason why it's not for. But these games are everywhere. They are on the PlayStation. They are on Microsoft. They don't say, "Oh no, don't bring whatever princess here. We don't need that." No, bring the princess. Bring everything. Frozen, whatever. Give us all the games. Everybody has that. Go, Carl.
Okay, so Easy G. Oh hell yes to Beefy. That's business 101. Focus on making your product first. Oh, never mind. I'm out of place. Sorry about that, guys.
It's okay, Carl. Let's go on. Let's hear what Panda Sub. He's going to drop a truth bomb on us right now. We're going to hear what he has to say.
All right.
So I don't know if this ties in, but I imagine it does somehow, that he had said that they were finding that Mario was getting less and less popular as you got younger. I don't know if you've heard that quote from him or somebody from Nintendo. I haven't heard that.
I mean, that
unsourced quotes are uninformational. It's not factual information. I could say that according to Shuhei Yoshida, the head of Sony, he said that Mario can suck a dick.
What?
Is it true? Right, exactly. He just claimed, Panda Sub just claimed, without any source, that according to Miyamoto, Mario is getting less popular as you go down the age demographics.
No.
With no source. No, nothing. Just
you need a source. You need verify. You need a proof for that.
Yeah. Can I devil's advocate here?
You sure can.
But just a little bit, because look at this. Listen to this. Imagine 30 years ago, right? Or 20 years. How old was Mario? 25?
He's still 25.
The Mario Brothers, whatever. It's at least 20 years. It's more. 25. Okay. So 25 years ago, most people who knew Mario were like 10. And so nowadays, like 90% of the people, because older people might never have heard of it. So nowadays, it's like, even if the kids are, a similar amount of kids nowadays are playing Mario, much more also like comparatively much more older people like Mario. But I'm not sure that necessarily that the younger generations are playing much less. But also there, because this is the other thing, I didn't know till recently how huge Roblox is, and I knew how huge Minecraft is. And so comparatively to some of these other IPs, like Mario might be less known because it's not it even Nintendo doesn't have a hold of the market as it used to have in the NES era, because you have so many options, which for Amico unfortunately means it's much harder to go into, because you don't have a chance even against the Switch, but the Switch doesn't even have a chance against mobile. So I mean, it's crazy. It's a crazy market, and so I could see that in certain ways. But I, from what I know, Mario is still popular with kids. I still see Mario toys in stores. There's a lot of Mario toys in stores, in toy stores, not GameStop. So it has to have some popularity.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, I agree with Leo. I mean, if you're trying to say be comparative Mario compared to say Minecraft, it's probably less popular than it was before because there was no Minecraft. Uh, Older people might rank Mario higher than say Roblox compared to a younger person. But I think overall, I don't think Mario is just less popular because kids have moved on from Mario or something.
It could be me, but I'm hearing you
That
bad.
sort of makes
I'm not
sense
sure
because they
it's your
don't have the
connection or mine.
attachment to Mario. They didn't grow up with Mario.
True.
I mean, and their parents aren't necessarily really introducing them to Mario because they've done so many Mario games that everybody mostly chronically suffers from Mario burnout, right? Because it's not like a special event when a Mario game comes out. There's like 3 or 4 of them a year for the most part, right? Between the various different sports IPs, and then usually there's at least one or multiple 3D Marios on a console generation.
I need to make a comment here.
So, I mean, you got your fill of Mario.
So he mentions that people are suffering from Mario burnout, but I know for a fact that whenever Nintendo took Mario 99 down, people were not happy with that. And when they put it up, when they introduced it, people were just as ecstatic. No, people are not suffering from Mario burnout. I disagree with that.
How would a 7-year-old suffer from Mario burnout?
I have no idea.
Been alive
That's
the last
my
25
point.
years, right? For them, yeah, it's brand new. It's Mario. They don't know that it's Mario. They know it's Mario.
Yeah, we have this PvP Mario game. That sounds great.
Yeah, while adults might suffer from Mario burnout, it has nothing to do with anything what Panda said, because, like you said, smaller children are not going to have that Mario burnout because it would still be new to them.
No, that's about what Geeks with Cash said.
Yeah, I'm saying what Geeks with Cash said doesn't make sense, as he's trying to say that he's agreeing with Panda Sub, because what Panda Sub said is smaller kids are less. Mario's less popular with smaller kids, but like what you said, smaller kids can't have Mario burnout, so there's no reason for him to be less popular based on Mario burnout. And like Sho says in the chat here, even if it's true, it's not something Miyamoto would say. Yeah, Miyamoto would never come out and publicly say Mario is less popular with kids today than it was before. I mean, they just opened up that Mario Land in Japan not too long ago, right?
Yeah,
Like the Nintendo Land or whatever. You got Mario Kart, Mario Party, Mario and Sonic at the Olympics.
They just opened that Nintendo theme park in Japan, as I recall, and I guarantee you the Mario exhibit will be huge.
Yeah. So. Moving on.
You know, what people usually are a little starved for are things like Zelda and Metroid and Kid Icarus and those other IPs that they just kind of let languish because they're so busy making Mario Tennis 25 or whatever.
I just wonder if these kids are mostly on their phones, and I think I'm wondering if that's why Nintendo wanted to go for the mobile market there for a while. Maybe they were seeing that kids are primarily on the phones.
I think that's a safe bet too, because I know like a couple of our friends have kids now, and their kids have their own tablet, right? They don't necessarily have a phone, but they have a tablet just for them.
Not here.
And
I can attest, yes, I have an 8-year-old, and she does not really play on the electronic stuff.
Oh, she doesn't?
I kind of allow her, and she's also kind of not interested. Like, when I turn on my console, she'll play some games with me, and I actually downloaded some games for her, but she doesn't have her own phone or tablet or anything like that. So.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, I try to keep it that way. Try and keep it simple.
Yeah, that's nice to hear, actually.
I think I'm the same way. Like, my 10-year-old, she does not have a tablet or a phone. My 5-year-old does not have any of that stuff, obviously.
See, our friend, their kid has a tablet that he has like it has like all his shows and stuff on it, and a couple of games he can play and things like that. So he's pretty much grown up getting used to and interacting with electronics that way.
Well,
and the tablet was the most accessible thing for him to start with.
I did have I do have a Switch. Before the screen stopped working, my 5-year-old was like using the Switch a lot. But even then, it was like I still had to help her with a lot of it. Whereas I have this one. It's called the GPD Win X. It's like it's like a super mini flip computer, but it's like it runs on Android, and you could put apps on it. And I stopped using it because I had like a bunch of emulators on it, and she wanted to use it to watch YouTube and play like this Peppa Pig game. And oddly enough, a crayon game. There's like Crayola games. There's a Crayola app that's got a bunch of different games on it, and she plays that, and she plays Peppa Pig. But she doesn't really actively use the Switch. Like I feel like the Switch kind of confused her sometimes. I would have to help her with a lot of things. So yeah, I mean, because there's a lot of reading in a lot of this stuff that's for.
They dropped out.
Okay. So it's just us. So
No, Leo's back now, and Blinded Grail is here. How's it going, Blinded?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry, I'm late.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Blinded.
So you're gonna have to catch me up.
Who get the echo?
Yes, it can't be me.
So we've actually only gone through about 15 minutes of the video. First 10 minutes we discussed last night. We skipped that.
Okay.
We went over. They were talking about the Nintendo, the graphic, and we discussed the inaccuracies in the graphic, what it was about, why it was done, what Nintendo said about it, and everything. Now we're just kind of listening to what they're saying. We skipped some of their ramblings. I know we do a lot of ramblings on our podcast, live streams, whatever. But man, they really
ramble.
That's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, let's see what they have to say, because last night they were saying some ignorant stuff.
Yeah, I don't think we've gotten to the really egregious stuff yet.
Yeah. Okay. That's.
You mean it gets better?
Yeah, they were saying some just. I don't even know how anybody could sit there and agree with them when they were talking about how Astro Smash looks better than Breath of the Wild or whatever it was they were trying to say.
What happens is Tommy Tallarico dials them up and say, hey guys, you haven't complimented my games enough lately. You need to start doing that or else you'll end up like OEB Pete, all right? Now, get to it, all right?
It just seemed like a wild.
All right, I'm just obviously I'm easing hyperbole, so
Does Drax know hyperbole? I'm joking.
I don't think Drax does. Our friend Carl is Drax the Destroyer.
Drax the shirtless.
Retro says no one said Astro Smash looked better than Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Low. We'll get to it. We'll get to it when it comes up.
Her Switch, and she's in kindergarten now. She's starting to learn how to read, but there was a lot she needed help with.
And you got the parental controls on this Switch, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And they're easy to be.
Yeah. Okay. I've never used them, so I'm just curious.
You know, when we were kids, a console was like you press the power button and then you
didn't have to read shit.
There wasn't like a million screens to
Press
go
the
through.
button.
It's like put the game in.
Back in my day.
Well, and I mean, a lot of the Nintendo games still operate the way you can still plug in Mario and just play Mario.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Mario's pretty easily access. I mean, you jump on things and you run around.
But let me ask you this.
Not a lot to learn.
Nick, let me ask you this. Do you think maybe though, like for the really young kids, there is since it is a little more involved to get a game going than what it used to be. And, that experience when we were kids was, we did it, we pressed the power, we figured out the control, we figured out the game all on our own, basically. And do you think maybe because there's this other, I'm not going to say super complicated element, but it's more involved. Do you think maybe the kids feel like, I don't know. Maybe you think like the really young kids might have a little bit of a barrier there, like that we didn't have. And maybe that's sort of, I don't know.
This seems like a reach. That seemed like a reach.
I mean, okay, let's test that. Okay, I have my Switch here, right? Give me a minute and let's test this.
I mean, it's mostly a reach because kids are growing up in a technological age. Like,
Okay.
I think they can kind of grasp what's going on. Maybe like
One
not
moment here. Someone's got to be put in their place, so just give me a minute. There we go. There one. Well, I'm just gonna load a game. So to get these stupid. Okay, so I just turned it on, right? You navigated on, let's say I want to play Final Collection of Saga here. Okay. A few buttons literally have you in launching the game.
Yeah.
Then you press start and the A button at once or twice. There you go. That is a load of crap, Cyrus.
Well, here's the thing, and I think it's a thing that all these guys seem to overlook. John kind of hinted at it, but he really didn't. You don't buy a Nintendo Switch, hook it up, and then just tell your kid, go ahead, have at it, figure it out. No, you go there and you show them. You show them the first time, hey, push the A button. You go over to the item you want and click the button.
Yeah, I mean, and I gotta be honest, it's that interaction that a kid that establishes family bonds.
Yeah.
Show says best way to distract a child is give them an iPad or a phone with some basic game on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if if I were to give a 3-year-old, I wouldn't just put a 3-year-old in the room with my PlayStation and hand them the controller and said, "Man, figure it out." No, I would show them like, "Hey, this is what you do. You push this, go to the Peppa Pig game, push this button." Interaction. You show them, and then they learn how to do it, and then they do it on their own eventually.
Yeah.
It's like teaching your parents how to run a Blu-ray player.
Or anything.
Well, I'll go again defending Cyrus on this one. I mean, doesn't he have a kind of a point in the sense that with an NES and a Super NES, you kind of do just kind of give the thing to the kid. You have to plug it in, and then you kind of give it to the thing.
I do agree
plug
on
in the because it's so intuitive. You plug in the the cartridge and you turn it on, and the game is, there is no steps into going into the game. You are always into the game. There is no not being into the game. And that's, I think that's what he means. But there is another side though, because he had the Intellivision. And I also played that, how's it called? The Magnavox Odyssey 2. And then just understanding what you were supposed to do in those games is, without reading the manual, it's much easier to figure Mario out than a lot of those. I think Intellivision even worse. It's like you're looking at that screen and you're looking at that controller and the buttons and like, what the hell am I supposed to do? So in that sense, I think it's the Switch is way easier. But I mean, if you're talking about Super Nintendo, I kind of agree. And I actually did that to my daughter. My daughter used, when she was like 5 or 6, she used to play on my Super NT. It's a Super Nintendo clone, because that was the console I could give to her. And she can't break anything. The Wii U, I was afraid she would scratch the discs or whatever. But that one is like, nothing's gonna happen. She's not gonna break a cartridge. No way. So there's defending again, but just at that one point, because the original Intellivision, forget it.
I just feel he's overcomplicating things, and he's overcomplicating it.
Yeah, and he's not really giving credit to the fact that kids can be smarter than they look, so I wouldn't discount that either.
Additionally, games were simpler when we were small. You put it in, push play. But the game itself, pushing one button seems simple, but a game like Zelda is very complicated. It's not simple. Astro Smash is way simpler than Zelda. It's way simpler than a Zelda 2 or a Metroid. So, either kids are really dumb and they need something super simple in order to do it, or kids can figure things out if you give them the chance and explain things to them. But let's see what else I got to say.
I think you're looking at a little bit of rose-colored glasses that your parents didn't help you on, like your very first console. If you were
my parents didn't. My parents didn't know what the hell that thing was.
But I mean, it's slightly more involved because you generally have like an install now before the game's ready, right? And you're gonna have the same thing with the Amico. You're gonna have an install, but it's gonna be like really quick because the games are tiny, right?
See,
and then you're just gonna be able to click on the icon and off you go.
Okay. My dad was like that. Like he bought us. He's like, oh, I see we're playing we're playing Atari over at our cousins, blah blah blah. So he goes, I bought us an Intellivision. Like he was all into it, like that. Like he was the first person to introduce me to games. So it was like that. And even when like Sega came out, he was playing like Arnold Palmer Golf, on Sega. That was like the last thing he ever played. And then he played Power Golf on TurboGrafx. And
my dad used to play the shit out of PGA Golf on Sega. It used to drive me crazy. Yeah, I'm like, why are you playing this? For the love of God, it's golf. What are you doing?
I did. Yeah,
it was actually a really good game though.
No, right. We did like a bunch of golf games. The last thing we ever played was on Palmer on Sega Genesis. And but the thing is, like we go to the arcade. He was a pinball dude. I was a Pac-Man guy. And he'd hit pinball. He was the one that introduced me. Like my dad was the one that introduced me to video games. And it all started a little bit in the arcade, but then when he's like, "No, we're getting an Intellivision," and I was like, "Oh my god, okay, this is." And he'd play Astro Smash. Like he was the first person I ever saw get to the 6th level in Astro Smash, which was just as a kid, you're just like, "Whoa, what? Oh my god!"
The 6th level of Astro Smash. Whoa! The color in the background changed.
Yeah.
Because literally, Astro Smash's levels were just the background color changing.
I mean, I got to give his dad credit. That man must have had a pretty good attention span.
Not really. I mean, I got to the 6th level of Astro Smash on my first time playing ever. It's not that hard of a game.
All right. Well, I mean, what I mean is, it's not the difficulty I'm talking about. It's just the boredom.
Oh yeah, that game does get boring.
What I mean is the game is so boring. You must have had a good attention span to get that far. You as well, for that matter. It's a compliment. Yeah. It's not an insult. It's a compliment.
G10 says, "Wow, it stutters now because there's a few extra objects." Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, I'm not trying to call his lived experience a lie, but it really was not an impressive thing. It wasn't like there was actual levels. It was just a color change. So if Chuck is being very honest here, I understand now how Finnegan Fox has made his jaw drop.
Yeah. Jeez.
I could never do this, and then eventually I made it. But those are the memories I remember. It's just literally playing with family. I mean, once again,
yeah, I would, Nick. I would disagree with you to go back to that because I feel like having kids. I feel like the entry is far more complicated now than it was when I did it. And when my 5-year-old played Shark, I literally just handed her the controller and was like, "Hey, this moves the fish. You eat the other fish." It was, and she was like, "Just
everything was already installed and loaded in the game."
Again, this is a very disingenuous statement. I'm not trying to call you out here, bro, but the game was already running, right? And then you handed her the controller and told her what to do. So A, you did explain to her how to use it. She didn't just get the controller and figure out the dial. Yeah. And B, the game was already running. You started the game up, you played it, you selected the fish or something, and then you handed her the controller.
I mean, see, by your own admission.
You're getting an echo again.
Is that echo coming from Leo or is it coming from Carl?
I have no clue.
Me.
I think it's coming from Leo. Anyway, let's continue on.
Game was booted up though. Did you pull her out of the game and have her go into it?
No, the answer is no.
But my point is,
they've already done 2/3 of the work there. I mean, the only difference between the Switch and the way you used to play it now is when you insert the cart and you boot the thing up, it does a short install. That's the only difference between it and the NES.
Here's what I'd say. I think kids right now, every commercial, every cartoon they're with, every friend they have, when they want to select something, they tap the thing they want to select. A Nintendo, basically any console thing has a button system that makes sense to us. It may not make sense to a child whose entire world.
Buttons do not make sense to kids.
That's my point.
You're absolutely right, and it's interesting that you say that because my daughter, if you give her anything with a touchscreen, she's all over it. Mm-hmm. If I give her a controller, like if I were to give my 5-year-old a PlayStation controller, she would like it might as well be a spaceship. Like, go fly this UFO. It's interesting how that's changed.
How drunk are you, Chuck? I'm just wondering.
No, I'm not. No, I'm right. Good God.
A PlayStation 5 controller is like a UFO. Come on, bro. Come on. Again, you have to tell them, obviously, push this button, push that button, show them what to do. But I think your family, because you said you're a gamer, a PlayStation 5 controller is not that much different from a Sega Genesis controller, from a PlayStation 4 controller, PlayStation 3, 2, an Xbox controller. The only controllers that are really different that you might have an argument for is Nintendo, because they're always wildly fucking different. You know, the Switch Joy-Cons are completely different from anything standard. The Wii U had that tablet controller. The Wii controller is different from any other kind of controllers. Even the N64 controller, which would probably be the closest comparison, is wildly different.
Mm-hmm. But also, too, don't you got to train your kid how to ride a bike? You know what I mean? You kind of train your kid to do a lot of stuff.
You know, it's funny you mention that because I could never learn how to ride a bike.
Yeah, same. I mean, I had people help.
Well, there is another thing that makes it even worse, what they're saying, which is the thing that if you have a tablet, you're clicking on the screen on the tablet, and everything's happening on the screen on the tablet. And so it's completely intuitive. A 1-year-old, a 2-year-old kid, they can use a tablet in the sense that they can click on the screen and see that something's happening right there. But most of the games on the Amico, they don't work like that. The kid would literally take the controller and step on the controller and not realize the stuff that's actually happening is on the screen if they are used to a tablet. They're not even going to look at the television. And by the time you look at the television, it's the exact same thing as all other controllers. It's just crappier buttons, because instead of having the face buttons there and it's all being ergonomic made for that, it's this weird thing with a touch screen, right? And so you have no advantages. It's not easier. I've been saying this for a while and people call me stupid, but it's not. This touch screen is not going to make it easier to control stuff that's on the television.
And the Switch kind of has a touch screen in handheld mode. Like on the interface, you could click on it.
But the games have to be made to use programmed with it in mind, though, or modified for.
I'm just talking about the UI, because I know a lot of games don't really use it.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, so Retro Bro says the point was touchscreen translates easier, more naturally to younger kids than buttons do today. I'm going to disagree again, because we have things like remote controls. Kids are familiar with buttons. Buttons exist in the real world. There are buttons everywhere. Buttons on your computer, buttons on your TV.
How do you turn on the lights in your house? Because in my house, it's kind of like a button.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like a button looks intimidating, like, oh, I don't want to push that. I'm scared of buttons. Kids will just start pushing buttons until shit happens, right? They're not intimidated.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. My dad always says that out of the reach of children is a myth.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you're talking about easier, no, maybe more familiar as far as gameplay. But like Blind had said, on a normal phone, everything, or a tablet, everything's happening on the screen. On the Amico, you're looking at the TV while pushing buttons on your controller. It's not exactly a one-to-one.
I really had like a few years.
I guess I'm mostly just a little as confused as Cyrus is by that graph with the way you guys are talking, because I mean the Amico's got buttons on it too. I mean, so
right, but it doesn't
have as many buttons, but it's still got buttons. It's still basically got the really advanced D-pad on it. I mean, how is that much different? I don't,
because it's I can tell you, because again of those parties, and it's not necessarily kids, it's adults, and how they were looking at the controller. So it's because when you look at the Amico controller, to someone who understands the idea of just touching the thing they want, it's less intimidating. It's a big screen and a little wheel, and it has the same shape as a remote. Everything to them, and a phone to them is a less intimidating thing than a thing that has literally 13 or 14 buttons, when there's no logic to those buttons, if that makes sense. Like, it makes sense to us. We hit X on a PlayStation, that means enter, or select or whatever.
Well, this is
someone that taps something when they're just tapping something.
There's actually something here that I want to say. Because sometimes, hold on, the echo's kind of bothering. There was actually a whole controversy about the iPhone removing the home button. I'm not sure if anybody remembers that. Like, when they went to the iPhone 10, they dropped the home button, and what happened was people got like super confused. Obviously, people adapted to it, but a lot of people felt that it wasn't intuitive as the home button, because the home button just brings you back home and it does a lot of tasks.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So, I mean, touchscreens can be a little bit intimidating, especially if you have to do gestures like going back or, loading up all the different tabs that you have, right? If you're not used to it. And so, like on Android, they just have a button, like the 3 buttons. You can remove it, but it's there, right? So, and I know on iOS, it's not really, they don't really have the buttons. You have to kind of learn the gestures. So.
And also, Retro Bro, All someone has to do is wire a clapper to a bullhorn, and they can torture the hell out of you. If your house if your stuff turns on and off by a clapper, yeah.
I would like to say a couple things about this argument of the buttons.
Go ahead.
First thing I would say is the following. It's not 13 buttons without logic. There is a lot of logic at design behind that. A lot of those buttons are kind of hidden. If you look at the PlayStation 4 controller, I have one right in front of me. It kind of has clearly like 2 sticks that are not just normal buttons. It has the D-pad and it has 4 buttons. The other ones are much smaller, out of the way of your thumb, right? And some of them you might not even realize they're there. And a lot of the games, they really don't use, the simpler games don't use all that other stuff. And you don't need to, nobody, my wife doesn't play video games. She was not asking me, oh, what does this button do? No, we said, we taught her to play Overcooked. We said, you press X and square. And she was like, okay, so these two. Okay, so we go. And the other thing is, it's like, if you can't even figure something like that out, like that you have a couple buttons to press and the D-pad or something like that, how many games are actually simple enough that you would be able to even play them? Because playing a video game is not something that simple, right? It was Tony was saying. I mean, even Astro Smash, you have to aim, you have to look, you have to calculate, the speed and the direction and all that. So if you can't even, understand pressing a button and things like that, there is no way you're going to be playing video games. That's why nobody cares about being that simple, because unless it's the simplest, the simplest tablet game where you're just popping balloons on a screen or something like that, unless it's that, which you are going to be playing on a tablet anyway, it's like there is no point in being even simpler, because it's not even going to be a game.
I have a game like they call it Super Destronaut DX, and it's some of the same sort of principle. It is not as easy to figure out as they make Astro Smash out to be, and I guarantee you Astro Smash requires every bit as much work.
Barney says Minecraft and Roblox are complicated as well. Yeah, they are pretty complicated.
Oh yeah, they are definitely complicated.
7-year-olds can still play it though.
Barkson says, why does the Amico controller even have the 4 buttons? Then just get rid of them all. Yeah.
Ooh, good point.
Osima is a troll. I looked up Neil on my own. Okay. Don't know what's going on in the chat. You guys are going nuts. Let's continue on.
That's their logic. And I'm not saying these kids can't learn a controller land. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the first thing that you look at is less intimidating. It's that initial thing of like, oh, that's more inviting to me.
I just feel like you guys are vastly underestimating little kids.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying
I
have
kids. Most of the people on this panel.
I'm not doing that at all. I was making movies at 4.
I'm just telling you from personal experience. Like, I have kids. I don't know how they're.
I didn't mean to insinuate that little kids are stupid or something.
No, yes, you
did.
But it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay if you hate children.
Yeah, you like to swear around children. You hate this.
That's right. I scare the kids.
You yell at them.
I hear where Panda stuff's coming from. Like when you have the screen, it pretty much just tells you what you need to do when you tap on it. Where when you have the controllers, you have to figure out, like he said, what X does, what square does, what left trigger does, what the right.
There's no logic to it. To someone who's never done it.
A separate menu that says this is what each item does, or with the phone, it's just like tap here for this, or hit here and stuff like that. So it is a little bit easier to understand as a young kid, I think.
Yeah,
a young kid and an adult that's never played a game, and that's really the markets I'm looking at.
Andy made a good point. He says he agrees with Nick. Kids do adapt, and they do. I think.
Of course.
When you look at like which one's easier first, obviously.
Like sponges.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I know, Nick. I don't think anyone's disagreeing. Like 100%. Any 5-year-old would figure out a Switch in 10 minutes. I'm not saying that.
It's not going to take them very long to figure it out. Would it be faster for them to figure out the Amico?
Yeah.
I would just say that a 5-year-old who's been on the phone all the time, it would not be. It would not be the thing that they would gravitate towards, in my opinion. I think they'd go to a screen first.
Yeah, well, and I guess that depends on the kid too, because I mean, you're already talking to several people here on the panel that are like, my kid doesn't have a tablet, my kid doesn't have a phone. They're like at 8 and 9 years old, and they don't have their own tablet, they don't have their own phone, they don't mess with those devices.
God bless those people.
Or if they do, it's very minimal. Now that's I would say that's probably the minority, not the majority of kids these days. So I can kind of, to an extent, see your point, but I look at the Switch and I look at how the games are installed, and I look at how kids basically take like half these puzzles and just like slap them together, and they're like between 5 and 7.
Here, Nick, can I say this
and
one?
I'm going, this is not going to be a problem for them.
Like Nick, when we look at, you are not an Intellivision guy, correct? I think you're like me. You were not an Intellivision guy, right? Nick?
No, I wasn't.
Right, okay.
I was just reading Classy basically telling me to shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
That's what I got.
I saw that. I saw that. I was
Nick, when you and I looked at the Amico controller, probably the first thing that we look at as a potential real problem is that spin dial. We look at that and go, how the hell are you going to make games surrounded like that? Like, it's not logical to us.
There's a comment I want to make here. Tommy Uyamiko is making a very good point. Like, back in the day, turning on a video game was not that easy. You didn't just put the cartridge on. You turn the TV on, you set the TV to channel 3, then you put the cartridge in, or you blew into it, or used alcohol, or whatever you did in case it was all dusty or needed to be cleaned. I mean, there was serious preparation to even launch a video game back then.
I mean, it's still like that, though. You still need to plug it into a different HDMI and then search the HDMI. So
exactly,
unless you have only one HDMI port, but
blinded.
Let's see here.
This is untrue. On my PlayStation, all I gotta do is hit the home button, and the TV automatically changes to the channel of the HDMI that it connected to.
So
that was what I said last.
So okay, I have one of those TVs with the interface, right? With the interface on the screen. Roku, one of the Roku TVs. So I have it at YouTube when it started. All right, so up. So let's say I have a console on my Nintendo Switch, which is on HDMI 3, which is literally right above YouTube. That's one action to move it up, then another to enter it. There we go. That's simple. It's definitely simpler back today than it is back then.
But what I don't understand about the argument of why things have to be simplistic, like, well, what's the problem with something that's just a little bit complicated and learning about it?
Oh, no, I agree. I'm just saying that it is a point that, things really haven't changed, though. It's not.
I was talking about their overall argument of like, the Amico is simple and therefore kids can use it easily. But if it's very simple, they could also get extremely bored of it quickly, right? Like that's a possibility, right? I mean, people play games because there is a little bit of challenge. Now, I don't know if that completely applies to kids, but I mean, there is some type of competition involved, right? Well, playing a game. So, I mean, as a kid, I don't remember wanting to play a very simple game that I can win all the time. So,
well, if I go into that, as I said before in this very stream, I bought once a Paw Patrol game for my daughter, and back then I don't know exactly how old she was, around 7, I think. And she was maybe 6. She was super into Paw Patrol, like really, like it was the biggest thing. She had all the toys and she watched that every day. and I bought the game. She played it twice because it was a very, very simplistic game. It was very easy. And she found it really cool when she played it like the first time for like 20 minutes. And then she played again for 20 minutes, and then she never touched it again. Like, for exactly this reason. It's too repetitive. It's too easy. And she went on back to Mario, Kirby, and all the other games she was playing. She never, ever touched that game again. It was the biggest waste. And honestly, I think some of these Amico games seem to be very similar in that they are too simple. Cool for 20 minutes, but it just not enough variety and like progression and challenge to keep you invested, even for a small kid. I totally agree with that point, and from experience, even though it's anecdotal.
Yeah, I think that was a good experience, a good anecdote.
All right, let's see what else these gentlemen have to say about Oh, before we move on, I want to say something because I don't think anyone's touched on this before. The 64 direction disc on the Amico controller. You know that an analog stick is omnidirectional, right? That means it has more than 64 points. That means every movement along the analog stick can be registered. 128 points, 256 points, whatever you need. Every single variation, every degree within 360 degrees of an analog stick can be logged on. It's just up to the game to actually choose whether or not to use those data points or not, or just go with 8, 16, 64, whatever amount of directions. So this idea that the 64 directions is somehow superior to the analog stick can't do it. It's incorrect, 100% inaccurate, not true.
You know, I'm actually a fan of the Xbox Series X controller D-pad.
D-pad,
yeah, I do.
Stick, things like that. I think it's the same thing with kids who grew up with phones and they're looking at something that they just tap and they just touch the thing. That's their logic. They don't associate 14 buttons with that logic system, if that makes sense.
No,
You're right.
I mean, it makes sense, but I mean,
they'll get it. They'll 100% get it. No denying
I've
it.
just seen plenty of little kids that figured things out like
I just wonder if they look at it as archaic. Like that a 5-year-old.
That's entirely possible.
A 15-year-old, I think, would love the Switch. I just wonder a young kid if they look at that as like, whoa, this is too many things. I want to just tap the thing. I don't know. I don't have kids.
Most of the time, you're saying, yeah.
That's what I just think that this group of kids who have grown up, every commercial, every cartoon, all their friends, the playground, it's all screens.
You're right.
I mean, I think if you put a Switch in front of a kid, it's just like it almost looks like a tablet to them already. It's already, they're already kind of leaning a little bit to it because it already looks like a big ass tablet.
And the Switch you can tap
some
too.
Control inputs that they're not familiar with, and then they go, "Well, what do I do with these?"
The Switch is it. Here's George makes a good point. Because Frankie's like, well, the Switch is a big tablet. Yeah, only when you're in tablet mode or handheld mode. As soon as you put it to a TV, you got a controller to use. I know. I'm just because the chat's going back and forth a little bit. Frankie's argument is, the Switch has a screen.
Well, there's no right or wrong to this. I mean,
correct. Yeah. But the nice thing about the Amico is like you always have the screen. You can always kind of use it.
Here's a point that I see the chat kind of making and other people's made before. If the argument is that the Amico controller resembles a phone or a tablet, and it will be intuitive to kids who have phones and tablets, the question then becomes, why would the kid choose the Amico over said phone or tablet? If you already got it, right? If you're playing games on your tablet, on your phone.
It's relatively simple, Tony, because somebody owes them they owe somebody money.
Right? Like,
it would make sense if the Amico had games that you couldn't play on tablets. But that's the thing. The Amico has very simplistic games. Like Pong is a game you could play on any platform. It's the most basic kind of game. Like, why is that a selling point? I mean, I'm just using that one as an example. But
And
it just doesn't
that's-
make any sense to me.
That's such a weird example because there is here in Germany, there is this application, like there's app for the tablet that's for kids to learn. And then the kids have to answer correct questions of school work to get coins to play arcade games. And my daughter's favorite game on that app, because then there are mini games, is Pong. It's so weird. It's not Pong, it's Breakout,
Really?
right? And yeah, she was
Wow.
playing that the couple weeks ago, and she was like, "Oh, this is my favorite game." And I was like, "Oh my god, Breakout, seriously?" But she was playing on, and there was lag. I even commented with her, and she agreed there was lag. Like you move your finger, and the pedal is always following, behind, probably
Now,
around the
Leo,
same lag.
you're supposed to say that there's no lag at all.
No, there totally is, and but she was still having fun, right? But that's the thing, that's just a mini game built into a learning app thing, right? I mean, are you gonna pretend it's special, innovative? It's just, and again, I mean, who wants to really play Breakout with the entire family?
Oh man.
Is your grandma gonna play Breakout? I don't know. Just saying.
My dad doesn't really play any games, but the games he actually likes to watch me play are the ones like Assassin's Creed 2.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, I don't think it's really about one thing or the other, just that whatever game people like. It's aesthetics.
Yeah, you guys are really bad when I stop talking, huh? Like when I just don't say nothing, you're bad to fill in the...
It's really weird, okay, when you stop talking, okay? When we tell you.
Well, I actually just leave it because I think you're gonna then just keep going I could say more, but I just stay quiet because I think you're gonna keep leading and playing the video there and go forward.
No, I like that. If you do it to Carl, if you let him talk and then don't say nothing, he always tries to keep going, and then he's just, it's funny. It's funny to me.
Yeah, I'm really guilty. I'm really guilty about that.
And look up and match.
I don't disagree that the Amigo was probably going to be easier for kids to start using. I just don't think the Switch is that much more complicated. You guys are making it out like it's way more complicated, and I don't think it's that much more complicated for them to figure out.
Seem like that.
It's not like it's some alien device with tentacles that's going to attack them or anything. They're going to look at it and go, they're going to start mashing on buttons and something's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe your Switch doesn't have tentacles. And
Good point, Cyrus.
Do I pay extra for that one?
Sir, you do not know about my Switch, sir. You do not know.
Ultra customized edition.
My Switch identifies as tentacles, as the tentacled version.
Hey,
how dare you assume my Switch, Nick?
Hey, it's 2022, man.
Yeah. Oh God, it is. Good Lord.
I wasn't in any way trying to get into what.
Now, guys, I hate to brag, but my Switch is.
You were just trying to get to the point you had.
I hate to brag, but my Switch is far bigger than y'all's, okay? It's the most masculine, biggest Switch in the universe.
I have no idea what the hell you were looking at.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know that anybody knows what we're talking about at this point.
No one does.
I think my biggest issue, honestly, my biggest issue with the graphic is that I wish age distribution of annual playing users.
That some intern made it and just vomited on the page.
Yeah, I'm like
terrible. By the way,
company. You know what this could have been? It was like, hey, you need to give us a graph of this, and someone and they're like, you have to have this by Friday, and it was like Wednesday, and they drank like Wednesday night, and they just needed to throw something together.
Wow, that's very, very insulting towards the people who made that graph and put that presentation together. They literally insulted the president of Nintendo.
Tony, come on. You know Nintendo knows nothing about business.
That's true.
No, they don't know anything about business.
If this was made by Tommy Tallarico, this would make more sense.
I certainly was never arguing.
And that's the point I was making. Is the Amico easier in that? Yeah, probably. Is the Switch like this complicated alien thing that they're not going to figure out? Absolutely.
Like I said, they figured it out real quick.
Even here's the thing. At the end of the day, even if Amico was better for that demographic, they'll never get the penetration that Nintendo has. So really, at the end of the day, it's a fucking moot point, anyways, right? Because they'll just never have the units. You know.
Yeah, there's not going to be 30 million, Amico users or whatever that was said.
Well, it depends on what you're measuring success by, because Intellivision wouldn't need that many to be successful. So if it's just a market, they don't need to do the Nintendo numbers.
Bullshit.
I don't think they're.
Well, again, I think this is a very disingenuous argument. What does successful mean? They released one console and one person bought it. It's a success. No. Successful would mean you need a sustainable business model in which your company does not go under within 6 months of you launching your console. That means you do need Nintendo numbers. They do need to sell, 200,000, 300,000 consoles at launch. In order to have a user base that it's going to buy the rest of the products in order for them to create more consoles that hopefully they'll sell. What was a joke, Retro Road? Nothing's a joke. You take shit seriously. I hate this defense too. It was a joke. Come on. Not everything. You can't just wave things away. It was a joke. Jokes usually have a little hidden meaning when you're saying things like that.
Can you highlight what you're talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about when John's talking about when he said that the guy was probably drinking on Wednesday and slapped it together on Thursday.
That's what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, I just think that you guys just misunderstood. You fundamentally misunderstood what the document was, and that's why you made the joke.
I mean, that is a pretty bad joke.
It's okay.
It'd be like when Tommy Tallarico was calling at people gaming races. Oh, it's just a joke.
Yeah, we'll get you there though. We'll teach you comedy. Watch our show. We are fantastic at comedy.
Yeah, I'm infinitely more. I'm infinitely funnier than you guys. I mean, at least that's what people here says.
Sometimes Carl is funny on purpose. Let's move on.
They're not. We keep bringing this up, and I know it keeps getting compared to the Switch, but we're not really directly comparing this to the Switch. We're just looking for.
Yes, you
we're
are.
just looking at the demographic that the Intellivision is aiming at versus the demographic that
this isn't buy. What should you buy, Amico or Switch? This is not that argument.
No, not at all.
I don't think that's been.
We probably all have Switches here, I would imagine. Right?
Same here, dude.
Yeah, I have one.
I got a million games, dude. Doesn't matter. I still want the Amico. It's different.
Well, my point wasn't even about the Amico. I was actually just talking about how
Frankie, what in God's name are you talking about? When did we ever say the Amico was better?
Better in some way than what?
All of us just said we all have Switches. I'm not trying which angle you're trying to take here.
I love your name. Still love it.
Yeah. No, but if I'm in television, that's the demos I'm going after. It's the
demographic they were aiming at all
about games
anyway, and that just shows that
so many avenues you could take. That the Amico might appeal to you, the Switch, the PS5, whatever. It doesn't matter. There's just so many games out there that just hone in on what you like, and if it works for you, then yeah, good for everybody.
Yeah, right.
They're trying to hit a niche market that maybe no one else is going after. So
right. Especially
Frankie, we spent the last 30 minutes discussing how complicated it is to load a game on the Switch, and me being confused about how that's complicated.
Okay, all right.
Well, that has absolutely nothing to do with saying the Amico is superior.
I've been doing this for 30 minutes. We need to,
and
it's a cartridge.
If I could just clarify, when I stumbled down that rabbit hole, I wasn't really even talking about Amico. I was talking about the NES versus the Switch. and how when we were kids, I felt like, through my rose-colored glasses, that it was easier back then to just go, and then you're playing and you're having that experience as a little kid figuring it out.
Yes.
And I wasn't trying to start a whole thing about like, well,
what parts were you I didn't hear any real criticism of the Amico other than you saying it's not going to have the same penetration as Nintendo. And that's not really a criticism. That's more of a statement of fact, in my opinion. But
isn't it interesting that they were talking about penetration when we were talking about the celebrity butt challenge?
It is, but I mean, if I missed the criticism, go ahead and let me know in the comment section. Because, like I said, all I heard was you saying that it wasn't going to reach the same amount of market impact as a Switch. Wasn't going to have the same amount of sales. It's not really criticism. Like I said, it's just statements of fact at this point. But if I missed something, go ahead and let me know, bro.
Guys, no
kids
fighting,
aren't
okay?
dumb. They can figure. I wasn't going down that road. I just was
Kids
saying.
these days.
I wondered. I was wondering about the reason that that it seems like the little kids are maybe not as into the consoles as what.
I will keep saying it's screens.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
that's all I was saying.
Well, no, Panda.
Hey,
no, that's a good point.
Can I stop this for a minute?
When we were kids.
Guys, please quit picking on Retro Bro, okay? Come on. We're just here to critique the video, not the person, okay? All right, now continue.
Kids was Nintendo. Like, that was our electronics.
Yeah.
We didn't really have any other options.
Well,
so
everything had buttons and switches and things like that. Now most things just have a touch screen.
Yeah.
Like most cars, a lot of cars are starting to operate off of touch screens, not necessarily like buttons and switches for things.
You're right.
You're saying most consumer electronics have touch screens for operation rather than switches and dials. So it's just a normal extension of that kind of logic.
There you go. Now video games, right?
Yeah. So, anyways, we can move on from that. What was my other topic?
Good job, Cyrus, of destroying our entire group. We're fractured, and
every time I open my mouth, this is what happens.
Gosh, darn it all to heck!
That's why you're the virus.
No, it's why you're the virus. I love that. That's great.
Listen. Cyrus hasn't been on here in forever, and you guys are going to give him so much shit.
That is correct.
Dude, I can't do this again.
Just blowing up.
I just feel like I pissed off.
But welcome back, Cyrus.
Yeah, welcome back.
I just feel like I pissed off Nick, and I'm really upset about that.
No. I was mostly I was more annoyed by being told that I should just shut up if I don't have kids.
Who said that?
Classy basically said that.
I think Classy
that was more annoying to me than anything else.
I think Classy being a classic use.
I'm not, so you're gonna have to yell that.
I don't think he meant it that way, Nick. I really don't. I think sometimes text comes across differently.
Yes, I agree.
I don't think that's what he meant.
No, I think he meant it. You should not put up with that, Nick.
War.
So there's that.
All right, we'll move on from that. Listen. I know I talked about this next topic. Nick made a video. I think you might have talked about it, Chuck. I know you at least made a video. I don't know if I missed your Amico Forever on Wednesday. I think I fell asleep on the recliner early.
Go ahead.
But yeah, this is the response from Intellivision to Ars Technica. I don't want to spend too much time on this because we went kind of all in detail already. We talked about the Ars.
No, I don't want to spend too much time on this section either.
PlayStation.
I don't want to spend too much time on this section because we did go in great detail about it on the channel earlier in the week. So we're going to kind of gloss over this a little bit.
Technical article last week and kind of corrected some things that we already knew about. So we kind of knew what was going to be in this, but I'll just kind of go around the horn.
Sure.
Good idea or bad idea for them to sort of respond in this manner, Cyrus?
Wow, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Like anytime you engage with the certain group of people or a certain person that has a certain
There we go. Sorry about that.
I don't know how to describe a certain way, a certain plan for their content. It's difficult to come out of that with anything positive happening, right? I personally have learned the hard way to stay away from it completely as much as I can, and I try to encourage everybody to do that. But on the other side, this is a corporation it's a business that's trying to get off the ground. They're trying to do things, and if there are real significant things that are said by major publications, then they kind of have a responsibility to their employees and investors to try to correct things that they feel like are not being stated properly.
That's good.
But how you do that, and
I agree with George.
Yep, right there.
What? Oh, well, okay. Well,
yeah.
I just feel like
can keep going.
It's a minefield, and I don't know how you traverse that. And I'm not going to be critical of anybody's decision to how they do that. I just personally don't see good coming out.
I do think we need to comment. Classy Gaming Fun says he never heard of Ars Technica before the Amico drama. Either Pete is lying or he's woefully misinformed about technical sites and other game-related things, because Ars Technica is a pretty fucking big website. It's like saying I've never heard of GamePro magazine or I've never heard of IGN.
Well, I don't know. Petey is from Canada, after all. I mean, he could be in some far back in the way part of the country.
No.
But
for somebody
here,
who no, I'm going to say no, Carl, because he collects Evercade, all that. He's got to be looking up information to find out about these consoles. The Analog Pocket. Ars Technica talked about all of this.
I know, but let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. But all my years in browsing the internet, I at least tripped over Ars Technica a few times in my life.
Exactly, and so would Pete. Pete's either being woefully disingenuous, or he really, really does not understand the internet.
Out of even talking to them. That's all I got to say.
Nick, what about you? Good idea or bad idea?
I kind of covered it this afternoon. I mean, they felt they needed to respond to it. And they kind of wanted some support getting the message out on it. So I was kind of happy to do that for them a little bit. I mean, there's nothing that they said on there that hasn't been said for like months or years in some cases. I don't think it's going to reach Ars Technica. I don't think they're going to care. Yeah. I don't think their demographic is really going to care. I kind of quit going to their website when it started looking more like a clickbait website than an actual website. Like, it doesn't look like the website articles. It looks like the kind of website where you get lost and like what so-and-so did in the 30s and what they look like now kind of website, that kind of trash that usually pops up at the bottom of IGN's pages when they run out of shit to show you. The whole site looks like that to me now. It's got a mess to navigate. And that's the main reason I don't go there anymore, because it just looks too messy to even want to fool with. And a matter of fact, that article, I had to hunt for it on Google to find it again. When I looked at the video today, so everybody found it, and then it was just gone.
I know. I was waiting to do
it was just gone. It's basically vaporware, except for us continuing to talk about it and them continuing to acknowledge it. So, is it good that they're standing up for themselves? Yes. Would it have been more expedient if they had just said, "This doesn't matter; it's going to be gone in like a day," and ignored it? Probably.
I think Nick is factually incorrect here. The Ars Tech article, as far as I know, is one of the first hits for Intellivision Amico when you go on Google, unless he's specifically, blocked the website or something, where it wouldn't be showing on his browser. The Ars Technica article is still up there on the Google search if you're looking for it. Secondly, yeah, Tommy, I went to Ars Technica once. My computer has an air recoverable malware virus. he's complaining about the quality of ours. It was a good website until it wasn't, right? Everything's always good until they say bad things about Tommy, bad things about the Amico. Yeah, John Thomas says just a way to deflect, like, well, it's a trash site, so yeah, it doesn't matter. And I did see Nick's video, and Nick, you did not refute anything Ars Technica said. You glossed over the fact that so much of what Ars Technica article was not even covered in the rebuttal from Intellivision. You just kind of, didn't say nothing, pretended like it didn't exist. Mike Garcia says they can't ignore criticism. Yeah, Beef Jerky rightly points out Ars Technica is a subsidiary of a billion-dollar company, Condé Nast. I don't think they need a middle-aged dude on an Amico podcast to lecture them about web design. Yeah. Barkson's right. If Ars said good things about the Amico, they would be saying how great the Ars site is, how everyone should go visit it. G10, yeah, he's seeing his personal results. Yeah, so this whole argument is very biased and very, very just factually incorrect.
So
yeah, I really what I really dislike is this complete. It's like they don't even address. Sorry, they don't even address like what so far, right? Oh, that the article says this and actually it was that. It's like, no, this entire website is garbage and this is not journalism and there is this evil agenda. And, it's immediately just completely discrediting the thing instead of sitting down and talking about the facts, right? Like, instead of doing that, just talk about the facts and try to have the conversation.
Actually, so I did a bit of research just now. I pinged Intellivision Amico on Google. Well, Bing, actually. And Bing doesn't really list much of anything for the console. So Microsoft search engine is kind of like, who? What?
Oh, Carl, that's because Microsoft owns Xbox and they're scared of the Amico, so they've buried all the Amico
Fact.
Mike.
Probably shouldn't have addressed it at all and just ignored them, because that's pretty much about the same amount of effort that they put into the article in the first place, I feel like.
Yeah, I'll kind of go and piggyback off of what George was saying. I don't think this and piggyback off what you were saying a little bit too, Nick.
Who's alive again, by the way? I don't know how we're just taking this so casually.
I don't think
George Plimpton is alive.
I don't think Intellivision cared if Ars Technica sees it. I think this was not meant for them. I think this was meant for investors because, like Classy Gaming Fund said, I agree. I never heard of Ars Technica before the Amico, and I'm a huge retro fan. Then again, I don't read up on Ars, on retro news. So I think this was probably, I guess they are a major publication. People are reading what they're writing, unfortunately. So I think this was like, hey, we have to address this because people are asking these questions, kind of like how they updated the fact. A lot of people, or the FAQ, a lot of people are asking the same questions over and over and over again about the FAQ. And they're finally like, let's just update this to cover this. And I kind of think this was that. So I think it was a good idea. And I think it was professional. It was nice to see John Alvarado and Phil Adam address it, other than Tommy. Everyone always says Tommy's got to be quiet. Well, he was quiet and people still want to complain about it. A good idea on my end. Nick, back to you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kind of take the wind out of your sail if you were done or not. I kind of just.
No, I mean, the only other thing I would address with it is to find that article where they responded to it. I went onto the Facebook group and found John's link that he put in there. If you go to the main Intellivision.com website, I didn't see it there.
No, you have to find it. So I'm curious,
I mean, if you want to
respond
to it and you want it to be prominent,
you didn't even do Facebook.
Why would you hide it?
Well,
Yeah.
well, maybe they
Why
emailed.
wouldn't it be more prominent?
Well,
I
the thing
guess
is, we
my
don't know.
question,
Well,
right?
we don't know if it was emailed to investors though, too. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
Is it true that the guy that wrote this article is?
All right, here's how you do scientific research, gentlemen. We're going to do a scientific experiment here, okay?
Okay.
This is the Retro Bro. He says, it takes until page 3 to find Ars Technica. Spoiler alert, I discussed that in a bit. Okay, well, we're going to stop sharing the Amico After Dark for a second. And we're going to share another screen here. This is a window in my guest on the screen.
Right.
I'm not logged in. This is guest. Okay.
Okay.
I have Googled Intellivision. That's all I've Googled. Nothing else. Just Intellivision Amico.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't put Intellivision Amico Ars Technica. I didn't put Intellivision Amico article, Intellivision Amico meltdown. Nothing. Just Intellivision Amico. That's it. Okay.
Hey, you forgot to clear that. Did you clear this with the Illuminati first and the Freemasons?
I talked to them. So the first hit is
just making sure.
Yeah, the first hit is their website. Then you got the people also ask section. The second hit is the encyclopedia or the Wikipedia article. Then you get the video section where they recommend you a few videos. Intellivision reveal, YouTube reveal, another. So 3 or 4 Intellivision articles. Then you get the Intellivision Twitter account. Scrolling down, the first hit that is not from Intellivision is the Kotaku article. Intellivision Amico delayed a 3rd time, now out by the end of the year. The next thing is the Intellivision Amico has been delayed again to the end of the year. That's from Video Games Chronicle. Now, right before the popular products, meltdown prediction, Intellivision Amico doesn't seem long. That's the Ars Technica article written in 2022, first page of Google. Boom. So
there you go.
I don't know how Retro Bro is going to say that it takes to the 3rd page when it's on the first page of Google. Not the top of the first page, but it is the first page.
You know, apparently Microsoft is just ignorant to the Intellivision. What is this?
Were you logged in? If you were logged in,
oh yeah, I'm logged in.
No, I'm talking about here, Retro Bro, because he says I Googled Intellivision Amigo and Google didn't show it to me until 3rd page. If you're logged in, it's going to give you your preferred settings. So if you visit, say, Intellivision a lot, it'll give you that one first. If you visit, say, Best Buy Blog Canada, it might give you that first. If you've never been to Ars Technica, or if you've never been to Kotaku, those might be pushed back depending on what you said and other sites that you've been to. Whereas on a guest login, which means it's no information, first page.
And we even cleared it with the Illuminati and the Freemasons, as mentioned. So everything's good.
Yeah, so there you go. First page in Google. Should we try it in incognito mode?
Okay. Why not?
I don't know how. Let me see. Open. No, I can't even open links in incognito. Hold on. I got to open links from my logged in one to give me incognito mode. It's so fucking weird.
If you can't do it, that's all right. It's not that big of a deal.
No, we want science here.
Okay. All right.
All right. So here we go. We're going to do this shit in real time.
Oh, boy.
So that there will be no chicanery.
There can be only one.
And so there you go. I'm going to share the screen. As you can see, this is incognito mode. Right there, it says it. Okay.
I'll take your word for it. I can't see white on. I can't see black text and white background very well.
Look at that. Google even autofills it for Intellivision Amico. Look at that. In incognito mode. Intellivision Intellivision first result, Wikipedia article, Twitter account, Kotaku, Video Games Chronicle, Ars Technica, incognito mode. Nothing more to say.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So there you go. I did it on a test account, on a guest account, and I did it on incognito mode live. I don't know what else to tell you.
Doing a lot of
stuff
on other.
Well, he hates Intellivision and Amico. That's the whole thing about a lot of these articles. It's always done by the person that despises the company or Tommy as a personal attack. So
DJC says all this is done by people who despise Tommy or the Intellivision Amico. So the two German articles that were very negative towards the Amico, those guys apparently hate Tommy and the Amico.
When did he see that?
He just said it right now. He said all these articles are done.
Oh, okay.
I mean, how does that as very similar to what I just said before, right? And again, I think you guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna talk a little bit now because I have to go. It's 11:15.
Yeah, go for it, dude.
But I want to say a couple of things. First is this. This is probably the biggest issue that I have with them. And I've already said this multiple times recently in my videos and stuff. Like Tommy seems to have stopped doing this, like going around trying to just discredit and silence everybody who talks ill about the console, right? They did this one thing here now that they put this, and you guys went through it, pretty poor, but it's better than before. At least I didn't see they really straight up attacking, except for the guy Guido on Twitter. That was awful. But the other, it's more reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable at all to go around just saying this Sam Maskovich, it just hates Tommy Tallarico, as if Intellivision didn't do anything wrong, right? Like, we're gonna pretend there are no red flags here, no serious issues. And even if people dislike Tommy, I mean, what kind of conspiracy is that? Like, if so many people hate Tommy, did you guys ever think that maybe there's a reason for that? And the last thing that I want to say is just there's one thing I commented on yesterday's stream here from the group. You guys that are pro Intellivision, whatever you guys who like Intellivision, right? You guys have to change the situation, because right now, if anyone wants to know more about Intellivision, if people want to get informed about the facts on Intellivision, they have to come to Tony TGD, to the Geek Getaway, and to other outlets. If you guys are gonna keep going here through this 1 hour and 40 minutes, and tell me at the end, I'm gonna watch the rest of this. Tell me at the end, how many new things, how many useful things, how many truthful things did you learn about Intellivision, Amico, by watching this? How many news did you get, right? How much new information did you get that you didn't know by watching Amico After Dark, a show full of friends of Tommy Tallarico who could get, privileged information, and it's a show dedicated to Intellivision. The Geek Getaway isn't even like that. Sorry, Gabbing with Geeks isn't even dedicated to Intellivision, and it still gets more out there, right? So that's my criticism to that situation. If the pro Amico guys, right, want to improve the public perception of Intellivision, they need to them, because people right now have to go to the quote haters to get the news. It's not good for Intellivision. Intellivision should have all the information, the actual updates on their website. But if they're not going to have that, you guys have privileged information, but you don't have it. You don't show any. Okay, whatever. You guys have to change that, because we're doing our best. We're giving the information that we have, and we just get this personal attacks, right? And you're doing that to Sam Mascovich, obviously, a guy who's much more professional than any of you. How can you even argue that, right? And you guys are just dropping the ball majorly, just like Intellivision is. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Tony, so much for having me. Thank you, guys. Carl, especially because I was no offense to who's the other guest?
Blinded.
Yeah, I forgot your name. Sorry, we weren't as long together, but yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Good
it's
talking.
okay.
Good talking to you too, man.
Good talking to you too. Be well.
Yeah,
all you guys
you
in
brought
the
up
chat
some good
also,
points.
it was an awesome chat. Thank you so much, and I'm gonna be off after saying all this. Good night, you guys.
All right, see you.
It's probably real late over there in Germany. Okay, so Retro Bro says Sam doesn't like Tommy due to his politics. Otherwise, it would never have been brought up. The politics. One, Sam didn't write the politics article. That was the Kotaku writer. Sam is the Ars Technica writer. Two, even if Sam doesn't like Tommy due to his politics, which he probably doesn't, because Sam is a far left-wing communist socialist supporter. Even if this is true, that he does not like Tommy because of his politics, that does not discredit anything he said. Not liking somebody doesn't mean what you say is not true, right?
Wait, what? Not liking? What's this about liking?
No, I said liking, not liking.
Liking.
If I don't like you, right?
Okay, all right, sorry.
So if I don't like Tommy Tallarico, me saying that he has a Ferrari doesn't become untrue, right? You're like, no, Tommy must not have a Ferrari because Tony don't like him and he said he does. It's not how it works. Facts are just facts. It doesn't matter where the facts come from.
Now, see, an opinion would be something like Tommy Tallarico only likes Ferraris because Lamborghini won't give him one for free. See, that's an opinion.
Exactly. Yeah. So even if Sam hates Intellivision and everyone who writes bad articles hates Intellivision, that does not discredit their article in any way, shape, or form. Yes, you've played the console. That I don't know what you're responding to, but we know you've played it. We know you have an opinion on it. That does not mean that they did not steal assets because you played the console. It does not mean that they've not missed 3 launch dates because you've played the console. It does not mean that the game do not look appealing to the general public because you've played the console.
I mean, seriously, guys, stop using "I played the console" as some kind of defense. It doesn't mean dick in the real world. It only means anything to you guys. The rest of us don't care.
Retro Bro says privileged information is more reliable than assumptions. This is true when privileged information is shared. When you come out and say, this is going to be an awesome thing, but I can't talk about it, that's not information. That's just you saying things. It's hot air. Sam, if you look in the article that Sam wrote, he cites every single point he makes. He has a link to where he got that information. Now, if you want to argue that the information in the linked article or video is incorrect, you can make that. But Sam is not making things up. He's not making assumptions. He's going, here's a video that said X. Here's an article that said Y. See, anything else in the chat we need to look at?
Retrobro's leaving, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think he's leaving.
Yeah, he said have a good stream.
I never said I wasn't biased. Yeah, okay.
You come off as biased, though, and that's the problem.
Well, thank you for joining us. I did send you the link if you want to hop on. There's no reason to rage quit. Let's see what else has to be said.
How serious do you want to take that article that person reads.
Well, that's what. Yeah, I was kind of wondering. Like, this is a professional writer for a major publication, and
he's been a writer for multiple major publications.
Yeah.
If you go to the article and you look at where he's worked, there's a lot of large names in there that he's worked for.
Yeah, right.
Past. So he's an experienced writer.
Yeah, and that's why I was curious, because I had seen some people talking about that he had been very active in like Reddit and different communities where he was like continuously like going in on Tommy specifically, not even so much Amico as it was about Tommy himself, Tommy Tallarico. And I was just wondering, like, is this what we're doing now? I mean, I understand it's one thing if YouTubers and stuff like that, but like,
again, this is speculation. He's offered no evidence. I heard that he did a thing in a place from some people, and then he's going to treat it as fact. He's then going to say, he's going to tell you that it's a rumor, that it's a thing he heard, and then he's going to work off of it as if it's fact. Oh, this is what we're doing now? Well, you didn't even know if it's real or not, Cyrus. He didn't even say this is a fact, and here's a link, John. Put this up on the screen of what he said exactly.
Oh.
So this whole little thing is just stupid. Could you imagine if I was like, hey, I heard that the Amico After Dark guys visited this site and they said some things about me and Carl and everybody. And
no, I got a better one.
You guys would have a fit. You guys.
I got a better one.
No,
it'd be like if they. Okay.
These guys would have a shit fit if we were to imply that any one of them said anything about us without any sort of evidence. And yet they sit there and they make these baseless claims without any sort of proof, without any sort of evidence. And they treat it as fact, and their fans treat it as fact. And I'm kind of sick of it. Okay. Show some evidence if you're going to make claims. If you're going to say people say things, if you're going to say people are doing things, show fucking evidence. Go ahead.
Oh,
Carl.
He's mad too. I was about to say, it'd be kind of like saying, well, the Amico After Dark guys give you crotch rot just by looking at you.
Whoa, that'd be a lot of rot because I got a lot of crotch.
Major writers who work for big publications. I mean, what's going on? What's happening?
Very professional.
No.
Very strange.
The man gets his information from Reddit articles or Reddit pages, and Atari Age forums. Other rumor.
Can that be proven?
Incorrect, John. John is saying that it's rumor. These Reddit posts, these Reddit forums, without again showing any evidence of these Reddit posts or that they are rumor. Everything on Reddit. I set up the Reddit and I put the rules in the Reddit that everything has to have proof and evidence. If you make a claim, you have to show proof of it. So they have links to everything they're showing. They have images, pictures, archives. All of it's made sure. It's all on the up and up. I've always made sure when I ran it. And even when I stepped down, the people that I left in charge, I made sure they knew to keep it on the up and up. If you're going to make a claim, if you're going to say someone said something, link to the video, timestamp it, put an archive. Put a fucking picture. Give me an imagery post. Something that proves it. A link to a tweet. So none of it is rumor. Okay, none of it is misinformation. It is all factually sourced information. You just don't like the information. That's the problem. You don't want to admit and acknowledge that these things are happening and these people are saying these things. Tommy is constantly running his mouth saying things about people and making claims about the company. You don't want to acknowledge it. That's the problem. That's why it's a rumor to you. Because you put your blinders on, you cover your ears, and you pretend like this shit don't exist.
I mean,
it's fact.
Don't feel bad, Tony, because I mean, guys like DJC are stealing your ideas. Like ANA. He looks like he belongs stealing cars. I mean, don't let guys like that get you upset.
That's not right. Don't say that.
Okay.
Rumor sources that are never confirmed. So, but anyways, onward. Yeah, Chuck, good idea or bad idea that Intellivision addressed it at all?
No, I'm gonna say good idea. They needed to, because ours has done some really bad stuff on television, but like I said earlier, this is mostly journalists that despise, or okay, if they don't despise in television and want to do a hit piece, they're usually fed information from a YouTuber or this so-called journalist that says, "Oh, here's a bunch of information and it's wrong and incorrect," and it's
probably talking about me. And again, if I'm showing information from Intellivision, if I'm showing information from official sites, official government documents, I don't know how that could be wrong information. Because Tommy tells you that I said something and it was wrong, that doesn't mean that it's wrong. Okay. Simply shouting the word wrong, simply shouting misinformation does not make it so.
Oh man, I mean, whoa.
Yeah, that was a all over the place statement. Yeah.
It's meant to bash in television and go, "Oh, let's publish that. Let's this is apparently the true." And then like the Kotaku article was so stupid and in the way that came from someone that just hated in television and hated everything they were doing, and it was published. Like I understand something like I forgot the name of the most recent
M.
Was it N?
M. They're the ones who didn't like it, but they played it.
Yeah, they went, "It's not for us, but this worked and this worked." It was like fair.
It was M, the Middle Eastern, I think, IGN article as well.
But it's every time you see a person that dislikes them, the article is everything's trash, CEO, company, everything's trash. But they don't what I'm saying? Like they don't give them a chance to even go, "Let's be fair."
They show their bias. Yeah, they show their bias.
Insane bias, and that's all I'm saying is that they show a lot of bias, and you shouldn't. When you're a journalist, I think you should take both sides. To be honest, just being.
Well, we know for a fact that individual has an issue with certain political.
Journalists should not take both sides. That's not a journalist. It's someone who's just commenting, reporting straight news. A journalist should report the truth, and they should also give their interpretation of what's going on. They should give their opinion on it. And that's what a journalist does. What DJC wants is a reporter. A reporter simply reports, "This is XYZ. The Cubs beat the Mets." Nothing. A journalist would say the Cubs beat the Mets, and here's why, and here's what happened, and this guy was injured, and this guy, he was causing trouble in the clubhouse, and this, that, and the other thing. That's what a journalist does. A reporter just reports, says, "Here's the information."
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And I'm not mad. I'm a little annoyed, a little aggravated.
You have a right to be mad.
Yeah, it is annoying though. It is annoying, like some of the stuff they're saying.
It is annoying.
Because it doesn't even make any sense, but they're just saying it as if it's factual, which is kind of pathetic in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, there is a difference between presenting facts and presenting opinion. Journalists do have opinion pieces, so you can be an opinion journalist as long as you're reporting and as long as your opinions are based on factual information. But of course, they want to slant everything their way. They want to change definitions so that way they could discredit people so that people will stop going to them, stop going to the actual truth. Yeah, G10, they're gaslighting hard. And I mean, if you had $1,000 on the line that you probably couldn't afford to lose, you'd probably be doing the same thing.
Are you kidding? That guy, DJC spending, buying the arcade 1-up stuff. Those things are expensive.
That doesn't mean nothing, Carl. Lots of people buy stuff that they can't afford. They put stuff on credit or they sell things.
Yeah, that's true.
Remember, what you're seeing.
That's a good point.
What you see isn't always what you get. Someone's saying, "Look at all these games I got, these arcade 1-ups," and the fact is, his water bill is 3 months overdue, and his lights are about to be shut off. Right? You don't know. So you can't make assumptions based on certain information. But let's go on.
political affiliations of others in Intellivision. So it gets really messy when you really start to look into it. But so good idea or bad idea, Chuck? You still didn't answer my question.
Oh no, I think it's great. No, I said 100% great idea. I think they needed to talk about this. It's very jaw dropping.
Oh, crime! There's that word again.
No, but I think they needed to do this. I think they needed to make it a response. They needed to be out there and be like, "Listen, this is what's really going on. Why are you guys saying this other stuff?" So, yeah, 100%. I think they should have done that. And everybody's gonna always give them flack. And
what's up,
like,
Zeno?
"Oh, they shouldn't do that." And I think it's great that they did like an open letter to tell this. So I love it. I think it was great. I thought it was great. And that's just me. Maybe I'm biased. Whatever. I don't care. Great idea.
So Panda, I know you typically don't really like to even go down these routes, but I mean,
yeah, no, I can answer this. Yeah, it's funny. I think Nick is dead on as far like I agree with Nick, and then I'm going to disagree. So Nick is right. I think if Intellivision didn't say anything, this thing gets lost, and in the end, it might even be better for them. That's hard as that could definitely be possible. That said, I also understand if you're a business that you may want to try and control that narrative. And if someone is giving, let's say in this particular case, misinformation, you can't have your company. I would argue it's not a good idea to have your company's name being tarnished by something, especially if that information may be false or misleading or anything like that. So I understand why the company would want to get out there and put their voice out and try and correct the record.
Two things. One, they didn't actually correct the record. They correct six minor points of not even misinformation, but they basically nitpicked and misconstrued what Sam was saying in his article to try to make it seem like they were correct. Two, I don't see how putting on your website in a hidden link statements of fact blog post is somehow going to combat a Ars Technica article as far as eyes. No, this was deliberately done to show to investors and anyone paying attention, which isn't a lot of people, to try to assuage them and make them feel like their investment was not wasted. And, just don't worry about all that negative press, guys. It's all lies.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like it actually sinks or, falls apart.
Yeah, Italki, they quote mined those 6 points, yeah.
I would just say the only thing I would hope for in the future is that they can maybe do it a little faster in that, because really at this point, Nick is right. I think at this point, the article is probably dead. It would have been forgotten. And by almost bringing this up, you almost do the Streisand effect. So I think if it's, I think if the minute the bad thing comes out, if you can hit that would be great.
Well, here's the thing. It's not so much that they responded. It's the way it's kind of been approached, right? Because they put it on a link somewhere on their site where you can't just kind of go to it. It kind of got sent out into the ether. So if they wanted to respond that way officially on their website, you think you would have featured it more predominantly on there for people going to their site, looking for that information so they could easily correct it, or made it some sort of sublink in the FAQ or somewhere on there, and I couldn't find it on there. Mm-hmm. That was part of my confusion with the response. Mm-hmm. And if you wanted it to reach a mass outlet, if you want to fight mass outlet with mass outlet, why not get it to another large outlet and feed it out that way?
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick. Wait, I think I may have this reversed. You're talking about Intellivision not putting this out, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I have you all wrong. Sorry. I had it the other way.
I mean, they could have either ignored it if you're really going to go after somebody.
Nick, Geeks with Cash, you said, why didn't Intellivision give it to a larger outlet so that they could put the statement of facts out for you? Well, the obvious answer is there is no larger outlet willing to put Intellivision's statement of facts out there. There is no outlet willing to put their reputation on the line for Intellivision Amico at this point. So
no. They don't have the contacts to even probably do that.
Yeah, notes where I'd argue this made more people aware of the Ars Technica article, which may lead to more questions and doubt, which lead to more people watching our videos, which will lead to more questions and more doubt. So all they did was highlight it, Streisand affected. Ignoring things is sometimes the best route to go, even if it doesn't feel like it. Barkson says DJC loves everything about Amico. He doesn't criticize anything. Noseware says, still going, huh? I'm sincerely curious. What's the most critical thing DJC has said about the Amico? That it hasn't come out yet, that he doesn't have it. It's probably the most critical thing. We're still going because we do a lot of talking. No, I won't lie. I won't bullshit.
And because they can't stop talking.
Well, they can't stop talking misinformation. That's what it is.
No, you said it wrong. You got to say it. Misinformation.
Misinformation, man.
It's always misinformation.
I scream misinformation when I climax now.
Oh.
Trigger words. Like,
Somebody the size of Ars Technica, then why don't you use another large outlet to go,
That's a good idea,
hey,
actually.
Here's some of the corrections.
I had it in reverse.
They're fairly.
I saw you. Yeah.
Are they?
Hey, there's two routes you can go with this. They're totally within the rights to respond if that's what they wanted to choose. They could have just ignored it because articles on Ars Technica vaporize within like 2 days. Unless somebody on YouTube goes back through and orders it, because you literally can't find it on Ars Technica's site unless you know the author and you go to the body of his work. And even then, it's kind of
what?
Nick says that within 2 days that you can't find it.
Maybe on the front page.
Yeah.
But you could.
Once Bicep says, I wonder what your older lady thinks about that, Tony. Me screaming misinformation? She's curious, confused. She's like,
and
what?
He cries out misinformation, and she cries out erection, Your Honor, erection.
So he said that Ars Technica, if you go to Ars Technica, you can't find it. It's hard to find. Is this true, gentlemen?
I highly doubt this is true.
You never know.
I highly doubt.
I mean,
like if he's talking about like on the front page, yeah. But I mean, I doubt that you can't search it entirely on their website. Like, it seems like a stretch. You can even search it on Google. I forget the method where you have the website and then you kind of search keywords and then it'll just give you. I mean, there's also that way too, which is kind of like searching through the website just through Google.
You know, I was thinking, do you think we'll see the Amico ad in the Super Bowl?
Of course not. like their claim doesn't even make any sense. Like, what other outlet is going to run the quote unquote rebuttal from Intellivision? It doesn't make any sense. Like, do you expect The Verge to give a rebuttal? Like, what outlet? Like, what bigger outlet? Like, they don't have any time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't want to do it. So, this is like pennies to them. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not going to get any clicks or views, or it's not even really worth their time to write about. Like, I'm being honest. So
yeah, I don't think there's any outlet that, even if they had connections, would be willing.
No, yeah. Like, the best they could do was put out that Twitter statement. You know what I mean? Like, that's their own platform, right? If you are following them, go to their Twitter page, go to, their platforms that they have. You don't need a middleman to say that information.
So Ars Technica puts out tons and tons of articles. But right now, here's a I'm at Ars Technica. Now they have the different links on the top, biz, tech, science, policy, cars, gaming, culture, store, forums, whatever, right? So within the front page of this, I hit the gaming and culture section, which is where the television article would be. Today is the 16th. With articles from the 13th. Let's see. Let's go down further. 12th. 10th. Keep going. 7th. We had articles from the 6th. So, saying that they disappeared within 2 days is factually incorrect. It'll be up there for a while. It's probably up there for a couple of days, depending on how much how many articles they wrote within that time frame. Yeah, I do agree it is a little busy as far as ads and stuff. But that's everybody nowadays.
Yeah.
The talkie teacher says, I don't think any major outlet would publish a piece with that bad of grammar. Yeah. Yes, Minister of Information is banned. Is it? Talkie teacher says, Intellivision Amico, the greatest pyramid scheme since Scientology. No Swear Gamer says, I'm an Intellivision fan and appreciate how Keith Robinson kept the brand alive. I wonder what he would think about this. Intellivision desperately needed an experienced PR person years ago. Well, they had one. They hired one. They hired a PR firm, talked to that PR firm, got some information, and then got rid of the PR firm thinking they could just take their information and use that as we learned all their secrets and we don't need them anymore. And we see how that's worked out. So Ninja Kitty here says, it doesn't matter if it disappears. If you Google search Intellivision Amico, either via the news area or the basic Google search, the Ars Technica pops up. Yeah, we did that. We went through the whole thing. It's on the first page. All right, let's continue on. We got like 40 more minutes of this.
Already gone. Wow.
It's basically gone.
What a terrible website.
Today, unless you do a Google search,
it's no game
specifically for it. You would have to go. You have to search Ars Technica Amico in order to find that article anymore on Google or Bing or something like that. And
holy Jesus!
You would find 2 or 3 articles by Ars Technica, and then you'd have to find it. Between those two or 3, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you may not even find the right article. You may find an older article that was written, I think, by the same guy years ago. Right? Neither one of them were beneficial articles for the company, but stuff is so fly by night on Ars Technica. It's not even on their front page anymore.
No, and I'll tell you another thing, Nick. I Googled Intellivision Amico, just a basic Google search. And the Kotaku article came up on first page. Actually, both of them did.
Lord,
yeah.
The fucking car crash. Stupid.
However, I'm on page 3, and there's the Ars Technica, so it doesn't come up. So you got to go 3 pages through Google to even find and the Ars Technica, and it's the June 29th article.
Wow.
Oh wow, not even the recent one.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like you can, it's there and gone so fast.
It's very
strange. Unless you're actively, Nick's right. Unless you're actively on Ars Technica, you're not even gonna find it.
Why would they do?
We've proven that this was wrong. They must have somehow missed when they Google searched it. They must have not saw the link, but it was there. Proved it twice.
Do that like that. What is the? I don't understand. Like, if I was a writer working for that publication, I would be like,
Tony, pay attention this time. If you're gonna be watching, said he couldn't hear me.
We are paying attention fully, John. Don't worry, we got you.
I was talking to him.
That's probably because the writers for Ars Technica are writing like 3 articles a day, so they're just pumping them out.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
All
it's
the-
typical.
right.
Like that's write something hot. That's
BuzzFeed for video
you know
games.
borderline clickbait and see what
Exactly.
see what grabs people.
Clickbait.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason that I didn't put a link to their article at the end of mine. I put a link to Intellivision's response.
That's a good point, Zeno.
Yeah, you're right, Zeno.
Right.
I didn't.
Zeno's awesome.
And that's what I was describing. He described it way better than I did.
We've gone over this yesterday, but yeah, people still do read websites. People still do go there.
Yes, God forbid people reading websites and articles. No, jeez.
What is this madness you were talking about reading?
Yeah, John Thomas,
Yeah,
they're just throwing shade so people won't go looking. Yeah, they're
Well,
trying
man, we don't read.
what they're
Right,
It's
guys?
just so ignorant. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh crap.
they're trying to bury the criticism. Like, don't even bother going there. If you're watching my video, don't even bother going to that Ars Technica. It's so bad, guys. Don't bother. Don't bother with it. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to dissuade people from looking at the article that they're talking about. Just trust us. We know what we're talking about. Too bad that doesn't work.
Forget about it.
One Inch Bicep says, Cyrus says Ars can go F themselves as well, but wants you to know the joy of Intellivision. Well, effing yourself can bring you joy. So that's all he wants.
I mean, if you're long enough, sure.
If viewers hear, oh, it's so hard to see it's clickbait, then they won't go looking. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
What Xena put up there, that Chrome sub websites, that's
the tabloids. It's gaming tabloids.
Basically, it's like the same thing, like the rabbit hole you can go down. There's some of those websites are just collages from different sites, and you go there, and then you go down this rabbit hole of different sites and things. That's what this site looks like, man.
They're all ads.
If you look at it, it's a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's very hard to find anything you want. You'd have to filter it by tech or by this, that, and the other on it. But the front page just has a collage of stuff because they don't know what people want. So they just throw a little bit of everything on there and just slap it on the front page. It's a mess.
Hold on.
Wow.
What are you doing, Chuck?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, please don't ever. Sorry.
Just show off my shoulders.
Yeah, shut up. That fantastic shirt.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Like my Mountain Dew shirt.
Mountain Dew. It does look like Mountain Dew. What is that shirt
I don't
you're
know.
wearing?
I don't know. I got it for Christmas. So.
Hold on, we have to see
It's,
this.
it's like a television scheme shirt.
Yes.
Go on. Yeah, here we go. Show your shirt. What is this? It's Mountain Peaks and
a lot of triangles. Let's say that.
You know what? The graphics are terrible. I'm gonna make 10 to 50 videos about it weekly and tell you how it looks like a flash game or something.
It's like a Atari 2600.
Strength through Amico Joya.
You know, it's funny, Chuck, with the whole like graphics thing. Where everyone's like, I can't believe Chuck thought that game looks so good. I'm like, this guy plays the Intellivision every fucking day.
Yeah, right.
Literally,
the Amico graphics.
This argument again is a bad argument. So Chuck plays the Amico, the Intellivision every day.
Oh,
right?
crime! I'm sick of hearing. Play the television.
No. Here's the argument. The argument is Chuck was impressed by Finnegan Fox because he plays the Intellivision. So, in order for this to be true, that means Chuck also has to never have seen any other video game in his life. Because the only way to be impressed by Finnegan Fox is you play the Intellivision and then never seen another video game, right? Because if you've seen other games, then you would not be impressed. You would have been impressed by other video games and then like, oh, Finnegan Fox isn't that great. So,
or just standard. It just looks like a standard side scroller, you know.
Have they even made one solid point this entire stream? No. Tommy Amico says it's like saying his wife is ugly. That's why he thinks Roseanne is hot.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, he's not saying specifically that DJC wife is ugly. He's saying that that would be the equivalent of you saying, yeah, that dude thinks that Roseanne is hot because he's got an ugly wife. And you're like, well, wait a minute. Aren't there other women that he's seen besides those particular two? Right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to clear that up so that no one thinks
like
that
said, ironic this all comes after we talk about Amber Rose.
You're still in love with that picture, aren't you, Carl?
Yes, I am.
All right, let's move on.
I admit it. I'm mature enough to admit it.
Dracovania says he bought Fox and Forest for $2. It's okay, but nothing special. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what up, folks?
What's up?
The Amico, the Amico graphics compared to what Chuck is used to playing. Yes, his jaw is 100% hitting the floor.
It really.
Can we stop using that phrase, jaw dropping?
No, but I did
well,
not.
There's shading. There's cell shading. Holy crap! You can do that?
No, but when I saw Finnegan Fox, I didn't expect. It was like they showed
luscious. It's
Night
like
Stalker, Cloudy Mountain, stuff like that. It was like, oh, you're still sticking in that format. But when you saw Finnegan Fox, you were like, this is like a live.
I gotta agree. The color.
All right, so Retro Bro has DM'd me saying why he left. Apparently, one of you guys in the chat was talking about his kids, saying his kids can't read. That's not cool.
I didn't say that.
I said one of the guys.
He's in the chat.
One of the guys on the panel,
Somebody.
Oh, okay. I don't talk about people's kids.
Yeah, we don't talk about people's
No,
kids.
I didn't catch that.
Now, seriously, guys, that's inappropriate. I asked you all to stop that.
Yeah, so that is not inappropriate. We disavow any behavior like that.
Yeah, we don't do that.
If you see anybody, any of the mods see anybody doing that, just time them out.
Boot
ban
them.
Your choice. Dealer's choice. You want to time them out or you want to ban them? It's up to you. That said, Amico After Dark does not upset me. I'm letting John know that. It just kind of annoys me.
It's okay to be mildly annoyed, or even extremely, for that matter.
We're getting to the annoying part right now.
Oh boy!
The part that was like, oh my god.
Yeah,
you know what's really funny? I was actually kind of dozing in and out, and you kind of woke me up.
Damn it, Carl! All right, we're in the home stretch. Let's get it going.
All right.
Colors are really nice.
They are. I mentioned that on my.
Oh, that's gonna get clipped.
Really,
I think the colors look good. That's getting clipped. The best Amico has it. I like colors.
Sorry. So
move.
Listen to that.
Yay, shiny lights! Yay!
Let me talk. I'm listening here. Okay.
Let us talk.
New guest host. I'm kidding. No, but go ahead. You were saying.
So I was just saying, just when I played a lot on television with Major League Baseball, me and Chuck played all the time, and comparing Finnegan Fox to that, it's like Van Gogh with a 5-year-old's drawing. It's so much better looking. It's just it's crazy.
Well, you're right.
Yeah.
And I tried to explain that to people, especially with Flying Tigers, the colors and the animation in that game is, yeah, of course.
Holy shit, boys! 3.5 hours.
Said it all. Let's see here. I got to find him. Thank you. They think we. Yeah.
So true.
This is insane, guys. 3.5 hours.
We never clip the things they think we will.
They said a lot of ignorant stuff, so I'm not surprised. 3 hours in the slightest. And it just keeps going. Yeah, we can hear you.
5 hours.
Okay.
Oh, I can't. Hold on. Let me.
All right. So Tommy Amico, what happened was they were talking about kids playing the games and how they got to read and do different things, instructions. And someone said, I guess their kids can't read, or that's why their kids can't read, or something like that. Don't say that. Don't bring up their children or nothing. Even if you're responding to something they're saying.
That's classless.
Yeah, no point in me bringing that up.
Other than that, yeah.
I can't hear DJ. I can't hear Gary.
You can? I can hear him.
I can't.
You can't hear me? Carl?
I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Oh,
now
okay.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I said it's crazy. 3.5 hours, 3 days in a row.
Amateurs.
Well, we were gonna do this last night, and then
yeah. Oh my gosh! I don't think we would have had. I don't think I'd have time to do this, all this last night. I mean, like 10 hours.
Well, after you left, Carl, we kind of like got a second rush of getting it,
I heard
doing this. So
yeah.
This has got to be part 2.
So okay, you guys are about an hour through. Was it bad?
I mean, let's put it to you this way: Herbie Fully Loaded was better.
Oh God!
Oh boy! Oh boy!
I've never seen Herbie Fully Loaded. Let's continue on.
Explosions and just everything, like the big bosses. It's great to look at.
Well, that's the same animation style that people will. What's funny is kind of the duality of the situation, right? Because you'll look at something like, say, Streets of Rage 4, but it has that same kind of cel-shaded, cartoony look, and people will rave on it. You throw it in something like the Amico, and they go, "Well, that looks like Flash."
I know.
And I'm like,
yeah, this is
art style.
This is the point we were at last night.
Yeah, this is an
record,
absolutely insane point, because there are dozens and dozens of videos about Streets of Rage 4 and the animation and how technical it is. And it's
record,
like
I don't like the animation style of Streets of Rage 4. I just don't.
But you got to admit, okay. So what I touched on last night was that there's quality there, right? So me and Tony went back and forth, deciding whether or not Astro Smash was cel shaded. And while parts of it might be and parts of it might not be, it's kind of hard to tell. You can definitely say that Streets of Rage 4 has a higher quality of just it's a better. There's more artistry there, right? There's more attention to detail.
There's so much technical stuff going on. Like I have to link this video. There's a video just going in depth about the technical animation part of it, like the frames and how they got to make it look as smooth as they did, and
I agree.
with their style. Like even if you don't like it, like to knock and say the artistry and the technical and the craftsmanship that went into that game is null and void compared to Astro Smash, which I still think looks like a Unity flip, right? Like it doesn't have that, aesthetic where you could tell that there was an art designer behind it. So it's
you
like
can tell that the time wasn't taken to make it handcrafted and beautiful, where it looks like it was pieced together, like everything else that Intellivision does.
Look at the art, the color palette itself. It's dull, it's gray, it's it doesn't really mesh together. It doesn't have good contrast. Like I don't know what this claim is. It makes absolutely no sense, especially if you have I could see if you have no understanding of art design, then I guess. But like if you played any other game, a AAA game or a game with that type of level of quality, why are you comparing it to Astro Smash? Like that was an insane claim to me, and that was the thing that bothered me. So
this is what kind of kickstarted us to do the entire thing, Carl. This is like we kind of stream sniped, and then we heard this, and it was like whoa, wait a minute, and I thought that was kind of insane too. I like Nick. I think Nick's pretty fair out of most of these guys here. But that comparison is just it's
Nick
apples to oranges.
Gets a little delusional sometimes, which pisses me off, honestly speaking.
Yeah,
especially when the whole asset thing comment. I mean, give me a break.
There's a difference between two things can be both animated, but there's a difference between Disney and some Chinese factory-made cartoon,
Yeah, exactly.
So let's move. Let's carry on. We talked way more in depth about this last night, so we'll just move on a little.
Yeah.
Dark lines, those cell-shaded colors, the bright, colorful explosions and stuff. It's the same art style.
Battletoads, remember Battletoads?
Yes.
Games have that like weird animation. Like it's like the Switch. The Switch has some really amazing games. I'm not denouncing the Switch that are just like some of the Amico games, but So the same thing on a Switch, where it's like just basic graphics, just something simple, kind of like a
basic graphics. What the hell does that even mean?
People were like, "Game of the year."
It's such a bad argument. It's to say that every game has to be pretty much like, if you like cell shading, then you should like every cell shaded game. You should not.
Which is dumb. That's a dumb argument.
It really is a bad argument.
Oh man, they're so stupid.
And he doesn't even give any examples. Like, he's like, game of the year. Like, what game are you talking about? Are you talking about Breath of the Wild? Like, Breath of the Wild is cell shaded, and it was game of the year quality, right? Even if you don't like the gameplay, right?
Yeah.
Like, what example are you talking about?
The mechanics,
basic graphics. Like, what does that even mean?
Even besides the graphics, Breath of the Wild, even mechanically, I may not like it, but even I can tell, like, it's a pretty good, it's definitely Game of the Year quality.
I mean,
like Hades. That's a good example. Hades.
Oh yeah.
Are you going to compare Hades to Astro Smash? No. you got to be crazy. You know what I mean? Like,
oh no,
it's insane.
Like, what really stopped me from playing Hades was just that, certain parts, I just couldn't see them clear enough. So,
that's the thing. There's a lot going on, and see, that is the difference between the two. The attention to detail on a game like that is like, it gets you a little lost into the game. I'll admit it does. Where something like Astro Smash, it's just plain. And it's I don't know if it's a bad argument as much as it's a weak argument. I guess it's the same thing. It's a weak argument, and they're reaching here because they really have nothing to go on. And while they might like that, and like I've said before, I think it looks okay. It's just not. We've gone over it 1,000 times. It's not
and they're trying to kind of conflate two things. Like they're like, there's the technical side, and then there's the subjective side of art. Right. And they're kind of like mixing or dabbling in between with their argument, which I think that's how they will weasel their way out of it if we would question them. But it's like, no, you can't say that, Astro Smash technically is on the same level as some of these games, right? They have, dozens of animators that focus on small little things, right?
Yeah.
And to make it all feel believable and realistic or match the style or aesthetic. So, it just drives me insane when they make claims like this.
I gotta go, so I'll talk to you guys later. Have fun.
All right, Carl.
Okay.
Yeah. So, he gives no example. He just makes it a blanket. There's some game that everybody's going gaga that has basic graphics. There is none. There's no game like that. Not on the Switch.
No.
Not on anything. The most basic graphic game that people go gaga over would be Roblox, and even that doesn't have a cell shading. Obviously, it's 3D blocky graphics.
I think Minecraft kind of falls in there too. I don't think there's really anything stellar about Minecraft, and it's kind of plain and blah, but people love that. And there could be something on the Amico that, if it were kind of revolutionary in gameplay, or it was so addictive, that wouldn't matter. It would supersede the graphics. That's why I always say gameplay supersedes graphics, right? And I think there's like a trifecta that goes on within a game. I think a game can be void of story. I think there's many games out there that doesn't have to have a story to be a fantastic, stellar game, but it has to have like the three pillars of the foundation. It has to have graphics, it has to have gameplay, and the music has to be spot on. Now, any one of those can elevate another. You know what I mean? It's like if one breaks and it falls on the other two legs, and that's usually how it works. And here, the Amico is not going to be anything graphically amazing. It's not going to have attention to detail. What they don't understand is it's not just the system's so weak that it's not just graphically, but it's things like the animations in the background and other things like that. It's just not going to be able to handle. And if there's no time and care put into these games, you're not going to see a fantastic soundtrack for one of these games, or gameplay that's so revolutionary that it just makes the art style seem irrelevant. And that's the big issue here.
And I was going to say with Minecraft and Roblox, they're kind of designed to be bland because they're customizable games, right? So it's you kind of have to, dial down the artistic integrity because the whole point of the game is to build and craft and create things that may not fit entirely with the world, right? So
right. Minecraft doesn't even really run that well on Switch. It runs like shit because of that. So that's understandable, right?
I was going to say that Minecraft and Roblox and all those games have been criticized for their art style, have been criticized for their graphics, but people do appreciate the gameplay. We have not had a chance to play any of these games, with the only exception being the Moon Patrol demo and the Breakout demo. But most people haven't played these games, so we can't overlook the art style, the graphics, and say, "Oh, well, at least the gameplay is good," because we can't play it, right? There's no demos out there. There's no units in the wild. There's nothing. So that's why we talk about the graphics, because that's what we can see and that we can experience without actually playing it. I don't need a controller in my hand to judge the graphics. I don't need a controller in my hand to say that if I like the way it looks.
And I think a lot of that is particularly for me because of my age. A lot of guys my age were, they grew up with the NES. And what did you do back in the NES days when you wanted to buy a game? You based it solely off of what it looked like.
Box art.
Box art and the pictures on the back of the box, the screenshots on the back of the box, and a little bit of a teaser of what the game was most likely about. That's why we ended up with games that looked so awesome, and then they ended up playing like shit. So I mean,
we
those
got
guys should know that too.
Ninja Kitty somehow hacked my computer. He got the link.
Slid in.
I hacked the computer by clicking the link that you sent.
So do you agree with that, Ninja Kitty? Do you feel the same way?
I had to join because it was just sitting back there, and I listened to just that one sentence, and I was like, "What the hell are these guys talking about?" Clearly, have no idea
exactly.
And that's why I wrote the Hades thing there. I'm like, "What the hell?" I thought he was referencing Hades because that one, I think, Game of the Year last year or 2 years ago, whatever it was, but. What amazes me is that they have the Earthworm Jim the guy who did the animations for that, didn't they? Isn't Mike Dietz the guy who did Aladdin and all those games back in the day with smooth animations? So
yeah,
I think
So they have them on the team, yet they have these games that they're just, what's the nice way of putting it? Crappy.
They're static. There's not much going on.
They're generic.
Exactly. There you go. That's the perfect right. And that's what people have a problem with. And it's you can't make an excuse. They're just making excuses. They're reaching here because there's not
this is a massive reach, massive.
Because
just fantastic level.
A good example, and it doesn't have to be, because they always use the example. Oh, we don't have the power system, they can't do Ori or something like that, but. You look at the Missile Command Recharged on the Atari, the Atari release, basic graphics, but as a style, and it's a nice looking style. So there's nothing stopping them to have games with style. Like just because you don't have the power to compete with, like an Ori Will-o-the-Wisp, doesn't mean you can't have a nice looking game.
And I think this is where Tony's 100% right. Had they not gone like the retro reimagine, the name of retro reimagine could have been the same, but had they made Astro Smash very involved and just something that you had to play, right? It could still be a party game, but it could have been to the point where hey, let's make it to where there's multiplayer and the other two people can possibly control the Astros and the meteors and stuff like that. And
the graphics it doesn't have to be top notch. Like one of my child's favorite games is Castle Crashers. And
that's very basic. It's a very flat game.
Because it was a Flash game. Originally, what was the first game before that? But the Alien or whatever, that was a Flash game.
I can't remember the two guys. I remember the one, Dan Paladin, and there's another guy. But Castle Crashers is a fantastic game all the way through.
That's an easy game. Pick up and play. My wife picked up and played it. Everyone picks up and plays 2 buttons or whatever it was, 3, and it had charm. That's why people liked it because it was funny and silly and had good art style. Gameplay wasn't that deep, but and we don't see that in their games.
I think the gameplay was pretty deep. There was juggling in it and all kinds of, there were different. There was a little
not compared
level
to
up
something like a
system.
Streets of Rage, where you have to counter and do all this other stuff. It's easy to get into.
Yeah,
it would fit into their mold of everyone can play, grandma, whoever, because you can just mash buttons.
They are hung up on just a few key like buzzwords, and that's basically it. Because like you said, I mean, Castle Crashers was nothing spectacular. It felt like a beat 'em up. It feels like one of the first beat 'em ups when Xbox Live Arcade came around, that it actually kind of felt a lot like a retro game. And games can be like that, but at the time, Castle Crashers was kind of in a league of its own. I mean, really, indies didn't take off until around, Shovel Knight came out, which I think was around 2015. Castle Crashers was out like 2011, I think. And at least like Xbox Live Arcade. But, yeah. Right. But obviously in today's day and age, had the Amico come out 10 years ago, we might not be criticizing it as much as we are because of the things that we've seen. There's been so many indie releases, and everything's been done about 40 times now within the last 6 years. So yeah, unless Intellivision is willing to take the time to handcraft these games to make really unique experiences, the graphics are obviously going to be judged because the thing, like Tony said, the thing ain't out. So
well here's the thing. First off, Castle Crashers came out in 2008. When people said it looked like a Flash game, Castle Crashers team didn't attack journalists and try to lynch anybody.
Was there people saying that?
If you were like, yeah, it looks like a Flash game, you should go, yeah, it does. Yeah,
I never even felt that way about it.
Back then, Flash was because I actually was programming in Flash 2006, 7-ish.
I mean, people just got over Newgrounds within Newgrounds was a huge back in when I was graduating. So 2004, I want to say. So yeah, people were still messing around with Newgrounds and they loved it, which was fine for the time. But now we're in, 2020, 2021, and 2022. You just can't bring that level of game to the masses and expect them not to and it's a new generation too. You have different kids, especially younger kids, maybe guys in their 20s, who have a different taste for video games because they grew up on stuff like PlayStation 2 and all the way up. So
well, it's not only that, Gary. It's like I said, because when people were first reacting to the images negatively, saying, oh, it looks like a Flash game, the graphics aren't great, instead of Tommy just saying, yeah, okay, right? No, that's your opinion. It plays great, though, guys. Don't worry. It doesn't look that great, but it does play great. No, he was like, fuck you. It's not a Flash game. Flash games are awesome. Everybody loves mobile games, and you're an idiot. That's what now people are like, what the fuck? Right? That's what made an issue out of it. It was never an issue. It's still not an issue now. We wouldn't be talking about it if they weren't talking about it, right? We've moved on beyond this.
Yeah, he made a mountain out of a molehill.
I've talked about it because Newgrounds was like the only site back in whatever it was, 2005. Nowadays, if you want to look for Flash games, there's tens of thousands of Flash games readily available everywhere for free. And now they're charging $250 to play these free games. That still would be a sore point.
It is a sore point, but I would, like I said, if the gameplay was really good,
true, yes,
it looked like you were getting a lot of quality, a lot of quantity.
Yeah, $250 would not be a problem for us at all. And it mainly comes down to those controllers. I was under the impression that those controllers did a lot more than have a static image, or just a static image with maybe an animated, because Finnegan Fox runs on the screen. But if that's all that's going to be, right, if that's all that's going to be, if it's not going to have like the functionality of like a DS where maybe I get a mini map on the screen and my little my point of interest or something moves or something like that.
It's not even a DS, Gary. Remember GameCube to Game Boy Advance, which is
same
thing like 17 years ago. And I remember playing Link 4 Swords. And that game was awesome.
Crystal Chronicles was the same way, man. You could play 4 people, hook them up, and one person would get the item list, one person would get the mini map, one person would get the the info, the Beasteria or whatever. They'd get the info on the monsters. So yeah, I mean,
like the game would jump back and forth from the TV to your Game Boy. I played only 4 Swords, so I only know that one. But like, you go into a tunnel and you're controlling Link only on your screen on your Game Boy Advance. You're actually playing the game. It's not just a static image bouncing around. And that was like 2004.
Right, and I think that's the biggest disappointment for me is to find out. And really, I didn't find out about that until we really had our discussions last year, like mid last year, that wow, the controllers don't do anything. So what is this like? Aside from the controllers being like, okay, a lot of people don't like the D-pad. Well, that's subjective. I might like it, because I did like the original Intellivision. The buttons are placed in weird spots. Okay, I might be able to get over that. I don't know if I can overlook the fact that that screen doesn't do anything. And that is really where I have the problem, especially since I'm being forced to pay for those controllers. That's part of the reason why that price is at $250. So for me, it's a big blunder.
Yeah. Sir Pigley? I don't know. He says
Sir Pigothy.
Wait, G-U-I-F-E.
Yeah, Nintendo is living proof that you don't need to be a graphical powerhouse in order to compete. Their art direction stands out from many other IPs in the industry. Yeah, that's the other thing. The Nintendo art direction is very samey. It has a overall
very
theme.
Flat. Very flat and colorful, bright and vibrant.
Not just that, but if I showed you like 2 images, I was like, you'd be like, "Oh, those are Nintendo games, right?" Like just automatic first party, that's a Nintendo game. There's nothing that stands out like this is the Amico look. Finnegan Fox looks so much different than Astro Smash, than Intellivision Skiing, than the Pong game, than the Breakout game, than the Bomb Squad. It's just all over the place. There's no solid.
It's a hodgepodge.
Even within their own games, within Astro Smash, you got the ships look one way, the background looks another, the asteroids look another. I think we need to move on. We got like 20 minutes, 22 minutes. Because at the end there's always that talk and nothing important.
Amico, that is a piece of shit.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude,
think
come
about
on.
like Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. It's cell shaded. It looks beautiful, but Amico's
that's gonna get clipped too.
Oh, they could easily.
They compared to Breath of the Wild.
Who do they think they are?
Well, it's funny because
Andy, we're just
right.
messing with you, man.
Streets of Rage 4, the new Battletoads. I liked all those graphics too. And a lot of people did.
I actually thought it worked
shading.
better in Streets of Rage than it did in Battletoads, but they both had the same kind of aesthetic.
Yeah. It is interesting, isn't it? Like, I don't understand the hostility. I'll never understand the hostility. It's like there's so many things out there that you play video games on, and people. I don't understand why this one is the one that is going to upset people so much. It's
well, we know why, and it's not really about the Amico.
The Amico doesn't upset me. Does it upset any of you guys?
No.
I mean, it disappoints me for him to. It really isn't about Tommy. I said this in my only Amico video that I have that I posted. What was it, last year? Whenever. Okay, I said it. I said Tommy could be the biggest asshole. Could run his mouth every day if he wants to. The people at Panic can do the same thing. If they release a product that I cannot live without, I will spend the money and get that product. I can live without this product. That's the main thing. It is not Tommy. Tommy has fucked this. The way I see it, I'm looking at the average consumer and saying, well, if I see what he's done, why the hell would I want to buy from this man and support his company? He's just a clown. Okay. But at the end of the day, for me personally, I collect so many games. I have over 1,000 games in my collection. I put stupid shit in my collection just because. I don't touch those certain games because I have a collecting habit. Okay, I would buy this in a heartbeat if there was substance to this Amico, and it has nothing to do with Tommy. Tommy's just the X factor that's gonna fuck the company up, and I'm capable of seeing that and pointing it out. That's all there is to that.
Okay, so real quick, because again, we want to present all the facts, right? They mentioned a game called Battletoads. Battletoads got a remaster, re-release, whatever you want to call it, and they
sequel
did a new graphical style, right? So hearing these guys, you would believe that there was never a complaint.
Oh, there was big complaints.
No, there was.
Right? Because that's what it makes it sound like. Like it's just like the new Battletoads. So why are people complaining? As if people weren't complaining about the Battletoads game, right? So
it was a huge issue, and to be honest, it's a game that I played. I think it was pretty sure it was offered on Game Pass, and when we had the internet for a minute, when he was doing the home schooling stuff, or the in-house learning or whatever, I downloaded it, and it was actually a lot better than I gave it credit for. But yes, initially people were really pissed off about the direction that they took Battletoads into.
Yes.
So on GameFAQs, there was a whole thread started. Does anyone else not like the new art style? 6 pages of people discussing the art style. One person, the game looks absolutely terrible visually, nothing at all like something from the 90s. There's more mid-2000s to modern cheap animation remake written all over it. The Toads themselves look okay, but the Dark Queen looks more like a goth kid. It looks like a Flash game. Look at it. Right there. Someone said it looks like a Flash game. It looks lame. And that is just on GameFAQs.
And personally, it's subjective, like, because I don't think it's that bad. Like it's just people not getting what they want.
And here's someone who wrote on our Battletoads, the official unofficial Battletoads. Why do all these comments hate the new Battletoads? Ugh. Why does everything have to look like Teen Titans Go? Yay, Flash games for full price in 2020. How does it feel to have lived long enough to see your favorite franchise go down in flames? People have been, this is what annoys me, because they see complaints about the Amico and act as if nothing else has ever been complained about in the history of video games.
Tony, there's a better example, and Tommy Uyamiko brought it up. Remember when Wind Waker went from realistic graphics to cell shaded?
Oh, we talked about that last night. You missed
last night. Yeah, and I love Wind Waker, so it's all subjective.
One Inch Bicep says Tony in the Battletoads, now he's going all night. No, I like frogs, not toads. I'm actually going to do top frogs in gaming video someday.
Is Frogger going to be in that?
What's that?
Is Frogger going to be in that?
You never know. You got to watch the video to find out.
Chrono Trigger. There you go. Go on.
Yeah, we brought it up last night, and it bears repeating. There was a huge outcry when Wind Waker was announced. The amount of people who were upset by the look, it looks too kiddie, the graphics are garbage, So again, when they complain about complaints, they act as if no one has ever complained about any other video game. Like every video game that's come out, everyone's loved it. These are great, awesome. Every game is fucking delicious, and we fucking love this food. No, people complain about shit. People have opinions, and sometimes your opinion runs counter to what everyone else thinks. And in this situation, the Amico fans' opinion runs counter to the general consensus about the art style, the direction, and the overall Amico-ness of it all.
Yes, sir. I just think they just hate to hear us. They watch our videos way too much, and they hate us because we're a tad too critical.
Yep. Yep.
Bomberny TV says Wind Waker at the time, a lot of people, including me, were turned off by the graphics and thought it was too kiddie. When I finally played it on Wii U, loved it, and it's one of my faves. Yeah. As long as you have good games, people will eventually get over it. They'll get around to trying it. Frankie Zone, we are not trashing the Amico. We're simply having a discussion and letting people know. Yep, cults do this too. They won't accept the same people, have issues with Catholics or other bigger groups.
Mm-hmm,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They hate us because they ain't us. So there it is. Let's get back to the video. It's like I said, it's just the way that they're so incredulous. Like they just can't believe somebody would would not like the Amico. No one doesn't like things. Everyone loves everything. Why do they not like the Amico? It's a game. Gamers like games, so why don't gamers like these games?
I hate when people always talk about this positivity stuff. Like it's so draining. Like you can be critical and have like, you know, mixed opinions. Like why is everything got to be like I like this all the time and I'm so happy? Like come on.
Yeah, that's not the real world.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's so fake.
Frankie Calzone says, "Well, please just don't be too hard on Amico. They really are doing their best they can. Sadly, their best just isn't at all great. Yeah, we're just being as critical. We're as critical on them as we are on anyone else. If you listen to our show, listen to the things we talk about, the topics, the discussions we have, we are just as critical, factually accurate. We're just deep dive into everything that we do and discuss. We'll bring up links, facts, proof, and evidence, because that's just how we roll."
I would disagree though. I don't do we really all agree that they're doing their best? I mean, to play devil's advocate and say, okay, aside from them making bonehead moves, these are talented guys. Okay, there are talented people who work within Intellivision. Do we really want? I'd like to say, you know, as much of Tommy might be a bonehead, he has done some good work. There are things he's worked on that, you know, that he's done that was maybe not stellar, might not deserve awards, but I mean, he's done good work. I mean, he's probably better than the average guy. There should be more quality in those games. I mean, I want to give these guys credit and say that they're not awful. I mean, they deserve.
Poor Gary. Gary's such an Intellivision fan.
Hey, I'm trying to give credit where credit's due, but the Amico's making it hard for that. And I don't think they're really putting their best foot forward. I don't think games like Astro Smash is the best they can do. It's not bad, but I don't think it's the best they can do.
Here's my counterpoint to Gary. If you were the best pitcher, right, the best pitcher in baseball, and then you had to start playing softball, would you be expected to be the best? Because now you're pitching underhanded. Now you're totally have to change the way you move on the field, right? And I think that's what we're having here. These guys were really good at doing the things they did 40 years ago. Now Tommy's like, hey, I got this Android system, and I'm going to box you into these creative decisions that you have to do it exactly the way I want it done. So they're giving their best effort with the constraints that they're being put under.
Okay, that's a good point.
Anyone disagree? Ninja K?
Don't disagree.
No, same.
That's right. We don't get disagreement here. When I say shit, y'all just fucking agree.
Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with the console or the games that are on it. It has everything else to do with all the other stuff around it. That's really what it boils down to. But
somebody said in the chat. Oh, I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
No, you're. I don't want to like derail this into like another defend Amico conversation.
No, and I actually
go that route. It doesn't need defending. It's going to come out. People will like it or they won't. And
that's what's going to be great when it comes out. People either can finally say they love it or not after they play it. That'll be.
Right. I did want to move on because someone in the chat had mentioned that the CFO announced there's going to be a shipping update, but I have not heard any of this. Have you guys heard anything?
It was
from
on Republic. So he said, within a month or so, we will have, by the 30th or so of this month, we will have a shipping announcement. So that's like saying we're going to try to have that by end of month. So people, Did they say they're going to
hold on? Did they say they're going to try to have a shipping announcement, or they are going to have a shipping?
Correct.
No, okay, we're going to try.
We're going to try to have that by
which means
or so is what.
Don't expect
if you look
it
at
in 30
Republic,
days.
It's in the
This is
that's actually misinformation. Misinformation. They didn't say by the 30th. He said within 30 days.
30 days or so, right? Or so.
Yeah. Not by the 30th or so, but 30 days or so. So that would take us well into next month.
I mean, that the or so though could be 3 months down the road.
What I'm saying is, even at the 30 days, that's not necessarily on the 30th. Like the way DJC saying it, by the end of the month is basically what he's saying.
Well, and I jabbed him as soon as that video came out and that post that I posted on Twitter. Obviously at the beginning, they kind of swept it under the rug, and I was pissed while I was watching his video, and I was quick to do the message. They did kind of cover it a little bit later in his stream, but they weren't acknowledging the fact that it says or so. So this doesn't mean in 30 days, because a lot of people have this, that's the thing. They don't read well. They look at something, they're like, well, 30 days. He said 30 days. No, it said 30 days or so. That could very well be 1 month, 2 months, 3 months down the road when they actually give you that. This is something that Intellivision does quite frequently, right? I mean, they kind of give you a little bit, but then they're like, they always add that safety net for themselves. Like, well, we said 30 days or so.
Gary, 30 days or so means they could also have it in 28 days.
Yeah.
So, I mean, why you got to hate and
it
say
does go
34 months?
It does go either way, but if I was a betting man, I'd say it's going to be more than 30 days.
Yeah. And I believe, I can't pull it up right now, but I believe that it actually said not that they were going to give you shipping information, that they're going to have the shipping plan.
Right. Yep.
Which is totally different. Shipping information
the
would imply that they're ready to ship. Was that Ninja?
It said they're planning for the plan.
That's right.
Planning for the plan.
They're planning to have a plan for you to plan your plan about.
This is some Inception levels deep.
Response
comments.
So, yeah.
Oh man. Oh, it's in the comments by Nick.
Yeah, by Nick Richard. Yeah.
So it's not even like an announcement, really.
No, it's nothing official, but it. I mean,
okay.
Actually, it is official because it's in Republic.
I was about to say it would be official if it's on Republic,
right?
Though.
But it was only.
It's just not like publicly announced on their website or thrown out to the main.
There's a lot of people that talk about it.
They're keeping the investors up to date. Is what they're doing.
So that's for investors. Yeah, they're going to have
only after they ask the question.
But
that's wrong, Ninja Kitty. After there was blowback on it because Tommy didn't initially answer the questions. That's the problem.
Yeah, who would make a YouTube video about that, calling him out? Who would have the nerve to do that?
I mean, and that's the thing. If it would have just been done from the beginning, guess what? We wouldn't have. We might have questioned the or so, but if it would have been done from the beginning, there would have been no. Hey, look, Tommy's disregarding all the actual questions and just answering the ass kissing shit on Republic, and that was the biggest issue. And that's what's been done for the last couple years, and it will continue to happen because they just don't know how to handle the feedback.
Okay, so I got it up. I'm going to stop sharing this screen real quick because, again, like I said, on this show, we like to show what we're talking about. We don't just make things up. We don't just go off our memory.
We bring receipts.
I was told by some guy who likes Atari that bringing receipts is what little girls do. That's what 15-year-old girls do. They bring receipts. You don't need to bring receipts. Showing proof that somebody's insulted your family. That's not. Why would you do that? Why would you waste your time doing that? Just make fucking claims. Make blanket claims about people. That's what I was told by an Atari fan who might be a creep. I'm not sure. So like an Atari creep type of person, like someone who's an Atari creep guy person.
A creepy guy who likes Atari.
Yeah, like a creepy guy who likes to like that. Yeah. All right. So Doug Graham asked, Tommy, can you provide any information about a new projected release date or any explanation as to why the goal of shipping pre-orders by the end of the year was not met? So Nick Richards replied, hi, Doug. The teams are working to nail down a feasible timeline that we all feel confident in with so many variables to be dealing with at the moment. Expect the team to publish a first ship date in the next 30 days or so. This will also include information on an updated manufacturing strategy that will hopefully speed our time to market. So I don't know what a first ship date is. But they're going to have a first ship date in the next 30 days or so.
I truly think this is going to be information on the Founders Edition. I mean, I don't see. I mean, we're in the like the end game here. We really have to know something about a console being produced, manufactured, shipped out, and if it has to be about that. I mean, now granted, that doesn't necessarily going to be about that, but
I don't. I disagree with you, Gary. I think we're going to get an announcement about when the parts are going to be shipped to China. That's their first ship date. Guys, we got parts and they're shipping out on the 30th or the 40th or whatever, 15th.
Oh,
that's what I think we're going to get.
I mean, it's totally possible. I mean, that is a television type thing to do. So I don't doubt it. I don't think they're going to hit any kind of date. I think it's going to be into February, late February, announcing like, hey, yeah, we got, manufacturers ramping up or they're doing something.
Gary, you don't think they're going to do a fake promise?
No.
Like last year and the year before?
Number one.
They're running out of time, man.
Well, hear me out here, Gary. Number one, if they were manufacturing by hand or in the U.S. or in some underground Chinese laboratory, the Founders Editions, they would 100% have told everybody, "Hey guys, I know we missed the shipment.
I agree. I agree. I used the wrong wording. I don't think they've started manufacturing. So
right. So if they haven't started manufacturing, though, if they haven't started manufacturing, there's no way for them to know when it's going to ship. They can't give you a ship date, right?
That's true. I mean, look at the problems that the play date had. I mean, what if they end up with something that has to be set back and fixed, or who knows what could arise during manufacturing? So I agree.
Well, not just that. They have, like I said, the parts have to go to the manufacturer, so they have to ship those to the manufacturer. And that's what I think you're going to get. Because
you think they're going to talk about that, Tony?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, look at what the Atari VCS did. I mean, they did stuff similar to that. So
I think we're going to get an announcement that the parts have been shipped to the manufacturer, and then they're going to outline how long manufacturing is going to take, how long shipping back is going to take, and the quality control. So by October, maybe they'll have Founders Edition. Maybe.
Tony's guess October.
The 10/10/2022 date.
For Founders, not for full retail, for Founders. With full retail.
I could still see that. I mean, they have to get something out this year, though. I think we all agree on that, right? They have to get something out this year, whatever date that is. I mean, if they don't want to be totally dead in the water next year, in my opinion, they do.
Gary, aren't they totally dead in the water now?
Well, yes and no.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Gary,
yeah.
What month do you think they're going to promise the Founders Edition? Not what you think it's going to come out. What you think they're going to promise?
Oh, what do I think they're going to I think Tony's right. I think what they should do is it should be out around June or July. I think Tony's right. I think they're going to probably promise 10/10/2022. But I think that's a mistake. I think it needs to be out by June or July.
What do you think,
Blinded? Killzone, you're incorrect. He says they might already have the Founders Editions box and ready to go. Who knows? If they did, they would 100% say that.
Yeah, they would have said that.
They would be bragging.
Yeah, he would be bragging. You guys said we weren't going to get anything out, Pat and Ian. Look at that. We got 2,600 boxed up and ready to go.
They're going to promise summer. That's my guess. They're going to promise summer.
They're going to keep using the chip shortage as an excuse.
Well, here's where I think they fucked themselves, gentlemen. Because the Founders Editions are the wood grain, and the other editions are white. Because you have so many different colors of plastic.
Right.
I think getting a 2,600 run, like normally you could have just did like a 10,000 run and then put 2,600 aside as Founders and sign them. But now they have to do 2,600 of just wood grain and then start doing the other colors. And I think that's going to screw them up as far as getting the manufacturers to agree to a good price. They're probably like, yeah, for 100,000, we'll give it to you at X amount. But for 2,600, you got to pay like 3 times as much.
Is there any way they can get out of doing something like the Founders Edition?
No.
Gary, the only thing I could think that they would have done was do vinyl like stickers.
Ooh, like
just put wood grain stickers on it. No, I could see that happening, but
like on take the black system and then just put a vinyl on it. Ooh, that's.
But the problem is, like Tony said,
what's going on right now?
There's white
right
and
now,
black, and
they made nothing but white Amicos, and John Alvarado is painting the wood grain by hand.
Yeah, spray painting it.
Don't worry, I got it.
That would make it more valuable.
Well, that's what's taking so long. That's why you're not going to get a Founders Edition for another 3 or 4 years.
That does explain everything.
Yeah, Tommy needs.
He has the same mustache as Salvador Dali, so it makes sense.
Bomberny says a lot of people on the Facebook group are saying if they miss Q1, they are done. A lot saying it's Amico's last chance. Yeah, a lot of people have said a lot of things that OEB Pete was out if they missed Christmas and he's still in. People on the internet say shit all the time about
they move the goalposts.
But those are the bigger fanboys, the people who don't post. You don't think they'll start?
I think there's but I don't think there's that many of those type of people left. And if there are any, then yeah, I would agree. If they've been holding out for like the last year and a half, this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, right? I mean, like I said, they have to get these out because if there are stragglers, let's say we are wrong in our our number that we've been talking about. I think that if there are stragglers, this is going to be they're going to lose a lot more. You would to guys like us, I would have been out last year. I mean, probably at the beginning of last year, I would have been out had I had money invested into it or into the getting a console. But I just don't see how they can maintain this and not lose the stragglers, the few pre-orders that guys are kind of on the fence about. So
Frankie Calzone says the first Amico consoles will go out in March or April. You are on some really good drugs. The amount of drugs you've done. They would have to be manufacturing last year to get anything. We're talking. It's like what?
November.
3 months for shipping.
Yes. So November, December, they would have had to start that to get them out in March, April. And I could have thought that, and that's what I was thinking was going to happen last year, that they were going to, they're not going to hit the date that they said by the end of the year, but maybe they'll start manufacturing and you'll see them by March or April. But the farther we get into, almost February, and nothing's been talked about, and like these guys have said, Tommy would be the first one to point out, hey, look, we've started, you guys are wrong, these will be coming out soon. But that's just not happening. So to hit a March or April date is just unrealistic. I think if they started they have to start this month, they could possibly get Founders out by June, July. And the more time rushes on, goes forward, that's looking less feasible.
Yeah.
Frankie Calzone says, well, if they don't hit Q1, then it would be the 5th delay, and that would be a disaster. Well, here's what I say to that, Frankie. There's an old story, one of those morals that they tell you in the Army. An old Army guy, he's walking by a burnt out village and he sees a dead body and he gets on his knees and he's crying because he can't believe, this person died in the war. And he walks a little further and there's 2 dead bodies. And he looks at them and he's a little sad. He walks a little further and there's 16 dead bodies and he doesn't even stop. He just keeps walking because he's over it already. And I think that's what we're at here. It's going to be a disaster. But we've had 4 disasters already. We're disastered out. There's going to be no outrage. It's just going to be a lot of, I expected it.
Yep.
It'll be a disaster for the diehards. Maybe they'll start to wake up.
Never.
No, they'll just blame Tony.
Yeah, they will. I'm waiting for my...
They're going to hit us hard. Let's march forward, boys.
In Gary's name, the whole channel. Everything's on Gary.
But there is a savior for them, isn't there? I was told that the Intellivision Zero might be coming out.
Oh,
I think Frankie Calzone might know a little bit about that.
Oh, you think Frankie's the Zero guy?
I think Frankie might know. He might be excited for his Zero to come out in a few months.
Oh shit!
Let's finish this bad boy up.
On everything, that people are so spoiled on it that are like, well, they're not telling us this, this, and this. It's like, dude, have you ever heard PlayStation, Xbox, or Nintendo ever go, here's our UI, here's our next, here's our early gameplay video, here's our this, here's our
what is he talking about?
All the time. They do like E3 reveals.
Yeah, what is he talking about?
Reveals,
That's
Nintendo
insane.
Directs.
Nintendo
Sony
keeps it a little bit
was giving out
more.
PlayStation 4s and 5s and 3s to reviewers to break down and all kind of shit.
Sony does breakdowns. Yeah, they like take apart the system and they show the UI. What is he talking about?
Same
That's
with
like,
Microsoft. Remember when Digital Foundry took it apart? And...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what this guy's
when I talk in the street, do I sound like this when I talk? Or do I sound like I know what I'm talking about when I'm on the stream?
No.
Sir P says PS5 did a UI tour. Yeah.
They did it on PS3 and 4 also. And Xbox. Yeah. Remember when the Blades was first shown? And then PlayStation Home? They did big videos for those things.
Yeah,
I think they're out of touch, man. They just don't follow the newer stuff. And it's weird because they all own that
Gary,
stuff.
even Evercade did a little 5-minute video of their UI. Like nothing big, just even the small companies done it.
What they're right. It's what they're supposed to do. The little bits of information without talking out of their ass for 3 years.
Beef Jerky says the lead engineer at PlayStation did a teardown. He showed
Cerny,
inside of the PS5.
Yeah, Mike Cerny did. Yeah, Mark Cerny always does that. Like before the console's even revealed, he starts breaking down all the technical stuff. Like
DJC must either think his audience is really dumb, like he's just gonna say stuff and no one's gonna call him on it. That's what I think. These guys just say stuff knowing that they're not gonna get called on their bullshit. That's why they won't come here, because they'll say something like that and we'll call their ass on it. But they can over there, they just say whatever the fuck they want.
Tony, it also to help if you have no audience and you're talking to yourself and nobody hears it. DJC's pretty safe.
What are you talking about? The Amico fans, there's dozens of them. Dozens of Amico fans.
Dozens.
It was dozens.
Just want to point out in the comment section, Evil Knievel thinks that Gary sounds like a god. So
thank you.
That's how we got 20% female audience here.
Gary's first groupie.
Gary's first groupie.
Don't tell my old lady.
Maybe she's online right now. You should go check. It's her.
Sir P says, I'm relatively new to this Amico stuff, but I'm extremely fascinated by how out of touch these guys are with the industry. Yeah, I am too.
It's not even the industry they're out of touch on. They're like not even fans. Yeah. Like, what are you talking about?
It's so what's so weird and jarring is that these guys are not like, they're gamers though. They are gamers. I mean, guys like OEB Pete are like, or Classy Funky, whatever the hell you want to call him. I mean, it's not as if he doesn't have a library of Switch games and like, I don't know if these guys have like, I know a lot of these guys mainly do have like Switches. And then they rag on Switch. It's like it is so out of touch. It just it's jarring. It's weird. They shouldn't be out of touch, and it comes down to a level of fanboyism, I guess you could call it, that is just unparalleled with anything I've ever seen before. Like I dropped that shit around like middle school. I stopped being like console wars and all that stuff. I'll play anything or I'll try to buy anything if I can, just to throw it in the collection. And
it's not even that. If DJC asked the question, like, well, do the other consoles do? Like, he doesn't know, but he's saying it like authoritatively, like, I know that they don't do that stuff, right? Look at all this stuff that Amico does that the other consoles aren't showing you. It's like, dude, no, you're wrong. You're just fucking wrong.
Are you questioning the news authority? Chuck is the Amico news authority.
Let's move on. Let's continue on.
Yeah, we didn't see a UI from PS5 and like the new Xbox till like a week before it was shipped.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Is this true? Did the UI only be revealed for the PS5 a week before it shipped?
Yes, this is true. This is true, though.
I don't have the dates in my head, so but I'll take blind.
The PS4 reveal though was a little bit earlier compared to the PS5. You could go back on the PlayStation site and look on it. I think they have it pinned or on like a playlist.
Yeah, I'm seeing October 15th is the first look at the PlayStation 5 user experience.
So
now,
yeah,
did,
a month before.
Did seeing as like the new X, the Series X or whatever is like basically the same UI stuff? Did they ever do a reveal on it?
I mean, I think the UI was the same as the Xbox One.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they didn't really. They probably didn't do that. But I mean, these are, again, we're comparing apples to oranges when you say like, a console that is a startup. It's kind of stuff you'd want to know in advance. It's like they can't wait till a week. I mean, they are banking on people like having a good understanding of how this works so that they can invest into the system. So
they want people
really
to pre-order.
Right. So it's a different story than talking about PlayStation. When PlayStation's been, how many consoles have they released before the PlayStation 5?
And the PlayStation 5 UI looks almost identical to the PS4, just with, a few touches and updates. But, no one was expecting, something drastically different. You know what I mean? So,
right.
Yeah. Not only that, you have to remember, we've missed ship dates. It's not like we're like, we want to see the UI. We know that it was going to be 3 years before it launched. No, it was like, hey, it's launching in October, quote unquote, right? We probably should see the UI before October, right?
Right, it's
and
true.
Then it gets delayed again. He's like, well, I'm not going to show you the UI. It's like, well, what the fuck? It's not done. That's why. And we've seen that now they got the near final UI, which tells you that the other UIs weren't near final, which means they weren't done, which is what we've been saying all along.
Yep.
And they're also kind of acting like Microsoft and Sony announced these consoles and then years in advance. Like the PS5 got announced in the same year when it got released. Everybody's anticipating it, but Sony didn't come out and say, hey, we're making a PS5 and it's coming out in November 2020. They didn't say that until September of 2020. So I don't know. It just seems like a stretch when they say stuff like this.
The news is more streamlined today. I mean, there was a time where they would announce these things like a year or two before they would release them, but now we're getting to the point where, like you said, they're getting announced the year that they get dropped out. So,
well, it's not just that. It's like as soon as the PlayStation 5 dropped, everyone's like, "Well, when's the PlayStation 6 coming out?"
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, they don't officially announce the date because they still want to make those PS4 sales keep going as much as they can until. That's why they wait till the last. Everyone knows it's coming out because third parties are hiring for new game developers and all that other stuff.
And they get the dev kits like 2 years before.
You're saying that there's information out there, Ninja Kitty? That there's information on the internet that people could look up and find out about things? Sounds like hackers. Sounds like people are harassing PlayStation and Sony.
And I think last gen, Microsoft revealed before PlayStation because they wanted to get the hype in it, get the jump start on it. And that's why they showed off the hardware in spring. Like pretty early,
and they kind of did that. They kind of did that with this generation. The Xbox Series X was announced before the PS5. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Xbox One. Sorry.
No, Series X because they're trying to get the jump. Get the hype in advance, and then that's why people were waiting for PS5. But for business reasons, that's why they don't officially announce it, and then because they keep on pushing. Nintendo knows when the Switch Pro is coming out, but they're not going to announce it because they want to keep pushing. They don't want people waiting. Yeah. Saying, "Oh, I'm just going to wait for the Switch Pro to come out because now I know it's coming out 2 years from now or something."
OLED.
And the Switch was revealed fairly quickly and then release. Like they had a deep dive of all the games being released in January of 2017, and then it came out in the first week of March. And at that point we just knew, hey, the Switch is a thing in October of 2016. So yeah, another example.
Go on, Tony. Sorry about that.
All right, we gotta finish this up. I got things to do.
I didn't know why everyone was giving Intellivision such a hard time about it. I'm like, we
dude,
never
they're
see
giving us
this
so
stuff.
much.
Yeah.
I think part of that has to do with the experience level of those companies and the size of those companies too. I mean, when you get to the size of a company like that, you're more concerned about somebody like stealing ideas and approaches of what you're doing and why. Than
Sorry,
okay.
laughing at Panda. He said, never mind.
Good Lord, 6 of them really.
I think larger companies like that are keeping that stuff a lot closer because they're concerned about their direct competition, like Microsoft taking an idea from it, or Nintendo taking an idea from it and executing it, and basically having to fight that kind of logistical battle. They'd rather keep that stuff really tightly closed off until they're really, really ready to release the whole thing, like when it's about to just drop, where it's too late to really kind of adjust anything that the competition is doing to match speed. I'm just going to shut up because I have no idea what the fuck's going on now.
Oh, nothing. We're private laughing at.
We're just talking about private chats and laughs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go read that.
All right, it seems like it's just going off the rails now. I got shit to do. I got things to do. We've been here almost 5 hours again. If there's anything specific in the last 30 minutes you want me to cover tomorrow or something, email me, leave a comment on this video. But I think we're done for today. Gentlemen, any closing remarks?
Stop saying ignorant stuff, please. Do your research.
I'm sorry. I'll try to do better.
No, I think we covered it pretty good, at least for the hour I've been here. They just need to be a little bit more informed and stop making that generalization about things that I think you've touched on it, that they complain that nobody complains about other things, but that's just not the truth. I mean, we all complain about Nintendo stuff, Microsoft stuff, and Sony stuff. So I think they should be a little bit more fair across the board with that.
Yep.
So 1 Inch Biceps wants to hop on real fast. He got something to say. I put the link in the chat quickly. I gotta go.
Come on,
sorry, Evil Knievel. We've been here 4.5. We did what? almost 15 hours within 3 days.
It's insane.
Yes.
We are.
You guys need help.
And Tony does the bulk of the work. We don't do shit.
Oh yeah, I get everything ready for the Saturday stream. I carry the show on my back. 1 Inch Biceps, you got like 3 minutes to hop on.
Are we gonna play Battle Tanks after this stream?
Hey
Gary, I just started playing Hunt Down. It's pretty fun.
Oh, it's a fantastic game.
Very good sound in that game.
Yeah, it's like, man, the pixel art is just mind blowing. The attention to detail in that game is, I don't think I've seen anything like it. It's up there.
Did your jaw drop?
Yeah, my jaw like totally wrapped around the top of my skull. That's how good it was.
Oh, yeah, 1 Inch Biceps.
All right, we got 1 Inch Biceps. What's up? What's going on?
Not much, I guess.
You're fired.
Sorry, I'm having audio issues, but I just wanted to say I wanted to counteract everything that you guys just talked about, and we need to go back and like restart the show.
All right, I guess we're going back, guys. Strap in. No,
okay, point 1. I'm sorry. I was just wanted to drag the stream out a little bit longer. I know you got things to do, Tony.
Yeah, I know you were. But we're always happy to have you here. If you ever want to hop back on 1 Inch and discuss things, let us know. We are here. We do appreciate you guys. Talkie Teacher, you were a great guest the other day. Love to have you back. Tommy Amico, he was good too. He actually behaved himself. Very proud. But I do have to go. Thank you, everyone, for being on the panel. Thank you for who was here but left. Leo was here earlier. Carl. Love, peace, booty grease. I'm out this bitch.